Okay, we'll call this meeting of the Porterville City Council to order. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Carrillo,
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa, Councilmember Stowe,
Here.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Present.
Mayor Reyes.
Present. Thank you. And that brings us to oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for closed session unless additional time is authorized by the council. All commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Do we have anybody that would like to come forward for oral communications?
She's like, do I go now, Mom? Or
Welcome.
Before we get started, we would like to thank the council and the mayor for letting us speak here this afternoon.
We would also like to give a special thanks to Rob Taylor and Stafford and Girl Scout Troop 7003 for donating money towards our mural and bench to honor Ray and Patrick.
In addition to the money we have already given the city, we would like to present this check of $4,456.83.
After we're done building the mural and the honor benches, we have a couple ideas, but we're still getting those ideas together, so.
Should I?
Mayor,
Is that
that's your job.
Is it made out? All right. Well, Chief, would you like to join me in?
I just hope you guys can see the smile on my face. It's awfully nice of you, and man, and that's what we need, young citizens like yourself. And if you can't see the smile, here it is. Very good. Good job. Congratulations on what you do and what you stand for.
How this presentation affects me as well as yourself, the council member yourself, the rest of the council, how much it means to give your own time and effort, have such regard for the public dignity, as well as respect for those who continue to do so. Tremendous, all. Do you want to have a picture, a photo? Let's, we got to go around the side.
Chief, you ought to be holding the check as, you know, as she gives it to you, or mayor or someone. Thanks again.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Yes, please. Would you like to take a photo?
So these girls worked hard and donated $600 of their money.
Oh my God.
Would you like to lead it? Ready? Hold up your fingers. Ready? On my honor, I will try to serve God, my country, to know equal at all times and to live by the Girl Scout law.
Thank you.
All right.
I remember Bluebirds. Campfire Girls. But I was a Girl Scout.
I did Awana. Does that count? Awana. Did that count? Yeah. Not to be confused with marijuana, just Awana.
No, I'm new with the presentations. I should have asked for some pointers from.
No, it was very thoughtful, very considerate.
I mean, it's amazing young citizens like that, take an interest in something, because, they're the next generation that's gonna be up here, and I'm sure glad to see that, we still have some good young people in our community.
I agree. Great way to start a meeting. And so we can move into the closed session items at this point.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 8 items before the council this evening. The first pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, Conference of Real Property Negotiators, Property 256 East Orange Avenue, Porterville, California, and APN 261-150-057, Agency Negotiator John Lawless, negotiating party City of Porterville and Porterville Unified School District under negotiation terms and price. Item 2, Government Code Section 54956.8, Conference of Real Property Negotiators, Property 645 North Prospect Street, Porterville, California, Agency Negotiator John Lawless, negotiating party City of Porterville and Porterville Unified School District under negotiation terms and price. Item 3, Government Code Section 54946.8, Council of Real Property Negotiators, Property 38 East Cleveland Avenue, Porterville, California. Agency Negotiator John Lawless, negotiating party City of Porterville and Pacheco Mary Trust, P Bypass Trust, under negotiation terms and price. Item 4, Government Code Section 54957.6, Council of Real Negotiator, Agency Negotiator John Lawless and Patrice Hildreth, Employee Organizations Management and Confidential Series, Porterville City Employees Association, Public Safety Support Unit, Porterville City Firefighters Association, Fire Officer Series, and all unrepresented management employees. Item 5, Government Code Section 54956.95, Liability Claim Claimant, Sherry Shields, Agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 6, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 1, Council Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Ruben Rea v. City of Porterville et al., Tulare County Superior Court Case Number 283063. Item 7, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 3, Conference with Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 3 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. And number 8, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, Conference with Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation litigation, 2 cases. Staff's report.
Okay, thank you. We'll move into closed session and reconvene at 6:30. Dean from closed session, and nothing to report?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Carrillo, followed by an invocation.
Salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, would anybody like to come forward and offer an invocation? If not, we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. Up first, the presentations portion of the agenda.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have the pleasure this evening of being able to recognize our police officer and firefighters of the year, and would ask at this time that our chiefs make the presentation of their respective personnel.
Our firefighter of the year for the City of Porterville Fire Department is Battalion Chief Brian Cogburn. And if he would come up to the podium, front and center, please. I'm going to read a brief bio of Brian's and also some of the reasons why we chose him to be the firefighter of the year. Brian began his career in 2002 as a paid called firefighter for Fresno County Fire before getting hired by CAL FIRE as a seasonal firefighter in 2003. He worked 2 seasons with CAL FIRE, traveling throughout the state of California fighting wildfires. 2005, he was hired as a firefighter with the City of Hanford and later promoted to an engineer position in 2009. In 2013, he was hired as a captain for the City of Tulare, where he worked until he was hired as a battalion chief with this department here in 2019. Chief Cogburn has a reputation for being driven and for never resting until the fire is out. Of course, as a chief officer, our fires are less literal and sometimes burn for weeks on end. Isn't that true, Brian? Yeah. He has proven himself invaluable to the department when he served as the liaison for a serious accident response team, which is also known as SART, following the library fire in 2020. The completion of the report took over a year and included well over 1,000 personnel hours. Although he was not the author of the independent report, he assisted the team by researching and providing information about city protocols. His ability to be the sole point of contact for the SART allowed the rest of the department to focus on standard responsibilities and to move ahead and heal from the tragic incident. The mental and emotional toll the mental and emotional toll of Chief Cogburn's efforts are not unnoticed, and his willingness to take on this additional workload while keeping up with his standard duties, managing several department programs and numerous projects is remarkable. In addition to the SART, Chief Cogburn also spent 38 days traveling throughout the state as a strike team leader during the 2020 fire season. During his time fighting these fires, he was recognized by a deputy chief from the City of Torrance Fire Department for his efforts in helping a Torrance firefighter that was injured on the fire line. Many would be content to rest after a year of efforts like those, but not Brian. After an extensive application process, Chief Cogburn was accepted into the National Fire Academy Executive Fire Officer Program in Emmitsburg, Maryland. This is a 2-year program where Chief Cogburn will complete thesis-level projects focused on improving the Porterville Fire Department. He will begin the program this coming October. Chief Cogburn and his wife, Alicia, have been married for 16 years and have 3 children, Avery, Riley, and Jake. The Porterville Fire Department is honored to have him on our team and proud to acknowledge him as the 2021 Firefighter of the Year. Thank you.
appreciate that. Thank you. Just if I could take a couple minutes to speak on that. If anything, this is a testament to two things. One, it's a testament to the leadership of the fire chief and the direction he's taking this department and allowing me to not only serve other communities throughout the state, but also to take part in the START, which was an honor to be a part of. And then second is my wife. I couldn't do this without her. 38 days out of county with three children, and then also allowing me to participate in the START. It was an emotional roller coaster that took a toll on us as a family, and without her support, I couldn't have done it. So again, thank you. I'm honored to be here and appreciate everything. Thank you.
One last. One last thing, I'd like to thank Alicia Cogburn for providing all the masks for the Porterville Fire Department with the emblems on the side of them. She created all of them, and my understanding, Sodom did the insignias on them all by herself. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, City Council. The Porterville Police Department's Officer of the Year for 2020 is Detective Tim Silva. Detective Silva joined the Porterville Police Department in December of 2013 as a reserve police officer, and in January of 2015, he was hired as a full-time police officer. Prior to joining the Porterville Police Department, Detective Silva was employed as a police officer for the Lindsay Department of Public Safety, and prior to that, he proudly served in the United States Navy as a boatswain's mate for 4 years. Upon joining the Porterville Police Department, Detective Silva was assigned as a patrol officer, but with his current assignment, he's a detective in the department's Special Investigations Unit. As a detective, Detective Silva has been influential in the daily operations of the Special Investigations Unit. His attentions to detail, proactive nature, and diligence in the pursuit and apprehension of criminal offenders is exemplary, to say the least. His ability to think and learn new ways to locate and identify criminal behavior through our modern means, such as social media, electronic devices, and other electronic data, has paid off with several arrests of criminals who have been evading capture by law enforcement personnel, some of those for over 2 years. He's also made the recovery of some very important evidence in a number of cases. Detective Silva has also dedicated his time to become familiar with how criminal street gangs operate. This has made him the go-to guy, not only within the Porterville Police Department, but with allied agencies as well. When they're trying to identify gang members, they will reach out to him. He has information on who they are, their characteristics, and general information. His training and experience has also been noticed in the Tulare County Superior Court, where he has been recognized and has testified as an expert in the area of criminal street gangs on multiple occasions. And I will tell you, that's no small feat. That's hard to do. Detective Silva has been married to his wife, Crystal, for 20 years, and together they have 3 sons, Cody, who's 19, Devin, who's 16, and Caleb, who's 8. And I would just like to say that Detective Silva, thank you. We are a better organization because you are part of it, and I just appreciate that you chose to work for us.
I'd just like to take a few minutes and thank Chief Griddle for giving me a place to call home and the opportunity to, work and go throughout my career and do different things. The command staff, our lieutenants, our captains, they really provide a great place to work, and it's been a great experience. And that's my family who put up with my work. So they know how much I like working, so.
What do you work, like 6 hours a day, 4 days?
Yeah. But thank you very much for everything, Chief.
Thank you.
Great, and before we move on, just congratulations to the two honorees, and I just want to express how extremely lucky I feel that you're here in Porterville, and I'm sure the council feels the same way, so thank you, and congratulations.
Mayor, may I comment?
Please.
Thank you. It is my honor to be surrounded by the Public Safety Department. Your work doesn't go unnoticed. I've gotten to know some of you, especially during the tragic fire. We all came together as one, and I saw each and every one in both fire and police department without any reservation whatsoever come together and do what they do on a daily basis. Thank you very much, each and every one of you. And congratulations to the two. And I find it very admirable of your support of your family. They are to be recognized and honored this evening because you won't be there unless you have their support. As a mother, as a grandmother, I mean, I'm speaking as that person just for a brief moment. And it is a support of someone who loves you. So know that you guys are awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know we have another presentation, but is that going to be moved to another date? Okay. So again, thank you. That brings us to the oral communications portion of our agenda. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone in the chamber who would like to participate in oral communications? And seeing none, is there anyone online who is raising their hand to speak?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and no electronic communications have been received?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and that brings us to the next portion of our agenda, which is the AB 1234 reports pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. First up, we have the Local Initiatives Navigation Center, or LINC Committee. Is there a presentation or a report for that?
Councilmember Peñalosa did attend, but is unavailable this evening.
Thank you. Okay. Up next is the Eastern Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency meeting from May 6th. I'll give a brief report on that. There were several action items that took place at that meeting. Some of the housekeeping items with the minutes and expenses. There was a discussion of the water market that, of course, everybody is so interested in finding out how they can transact and the availability of water. There was a bulletin board that was up for discussion and approval. There was a consideration, probably most pertinent to our discussions here at City Council, approval of the management areas for the Eastern Tule GSA. This item changed some of the boundaries that were the city's responsibility for the management area, changed it briefly to, and I say briefly because I'll bring up, there was a follow-up meeting, changed it back to the city limits from the UDB, which a subsequent meeting was called, a special meeting in which that decision was amended to allow us to have a decision-making ability within the determination of which properties or which parcels were managed within the UDB. So that was probably the most important decision that was made at the meeting, and then with the subsequent meeting today, that was changed back to allowing us to have some input into the decisions in the UDB. And I think those are the critical items. Mr. Knight, did I miss anything from the meetings? I know it's been ongoing discussions, especially this kind of broaches the management areas that we're looking to engage in with the GSA as the city. I know you've done a lot of research in that area, and so the communication is starting. So if I left anything out. Okay. Thank you. And unless there's any questions, that brings us to the Tulare County Water Commission meeting of May 10th. And I believe that's the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. We did meet on May the 10th. There were no public comments. The minutes of March the 8th and April 12th, 2021 were approved. We had the annual reorganization of the Water Commission. The Vice Chair is now Commissioner Michael Lane, and the Secretary is now Commissioner Eric Quinley. Subcommittee appointments to the Legislation Committee. Commissioner Quinley will remain. New appointments are Commissioners Michael Lane and Commissioner Jesse Snyder. As we have been speaking a lot with regard to water, with regard to the State Water Resources Controlled Water Rights and Climate Change Report, there was a concern that was expressed by Commissioner Lane with regard to the report. He indicated that the Cahuilla GSA noted that there were a lot of red flags, that they had written a letter to the State Water Board. A reference was made to Sigma Water Rights Streams appropriations. Noted by Commissioner Quinley during the meeting is that it needs to continue to be watched. Some items were problematic. Not a lot of water is left available, and that there are a lot of challenges. The Water Commission recommended a letter be drafted with the concerns that are problematic in Tulare County for the Board of Supervisors to take action. It is being drafted at this moment. Drought response. The Board of Supervisors at one of their recent meetings did do a formal drought declaration. On this date of the Water Commission meeting, that the governor had added 39 counties to the state order of emergency drought. The Tulare County Office of Emergency Services has initiated a drought task force. The task force is compiling data and projections for potential private well failures, looking to focus on residential and domestic well reports. This effort is to make a case to Cal OES and the governor to initiate a California disaster assistance so that solutions can be provided quickly should drought conditions become like those of 2014 to 2016. There were no legislative updates. The subcommittee was just created. It was noted to pay attention to the May revise. Our next meeting is on June the 14th. That concludes that report.
Thank you. If there's no questions, the next report is for the Military Banner Program Committee meeting on May 11th, and I believe that's Councilmember Carrillo.
Good evening. I'll provide the report on the Military Banner Committee. We did meet on May 11th here in person at City Hall at 11 a.m. Leisure Service Specialist Amy Graybell provided a brief history of the program. Including the 2021 honorees, there are now 750 banners. The KIA Killed in Action banners are sponsored by the City Council and installed along the lighted trail inside the Veterans Park. Donnie Moore highlighted some key points of the program policy, including the establishment of the committee, the determination of the banner locations, and process for replacements of the banners. Then we discussed the duties of the committee. We reviewed those. Roles included assisting in the administration of the program by providing recommendations on banner condition assessments, referrals, photo approvals, application guidelines, processing fee structure, program policy, and designated banner hanging zones. GIS staff created an online map showcasing the location, years of service, branch, rank, and photos of all honorees in the Military Banner Program. The 2021 map was reviewed by the committee, and the complete map is available to the public through the City of Porterville website. Under the guidance of state and local health officials, the 2021 Military Banner Ceremony will once again be celebrated virtually. The Porterville City Council will have a special video tribute to commemorate the honorees that will be available for viewing on the City of Porterville YouTube account starting May 31st. Lastly, Donnie Moore highlighted the history of Fallen Heroes Park and the memorial wall that was established at the site. The wall currently has bronze plaques honoring 2 local individuals killed in action and the 2 firefighters that lost their lives battling the library fire. The committee has asked to assist in drafting a policy that determines the process for honoring individuals on the memorial wall. That meeting concluded around 11:58, and that concludes this report.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad to hear those numbers, and that program has certainly been successful, so look forward to seeing all those that go up this year. The next report is for the Porterville Welcome Center ribbon cutting that took place on May 12th, and I'll hand that to the Vice Mayor to report.
Thank you, Mayor. And if you'd like to add more to it after I'm done, you're more than welcome. I want to say that Turning Point did a nice job on the ribbon cutting. Mayor Reyes and I were in attendance, including the city manager, Mr. Lawless, Mr. Jason Ridenauer, Ms. Claudia Calderon, and Ms. Christina Tank. What I do want to say is that I'm going to give some merits also to Ms. Jenny Byers, even though she's no longer here. She was very instrumental in the process of the Navigation Center. I can vividly remember when the discussions began approximately 4 years ago, and to be on site to witness the fruition in the operations of the Navigation Center, the shelter and the housing component to providing services to the homeless is remarkable. I am grateful to the staff who traveled to several locations to see the programs and brought a plan to us so that we could make our decision. The attendance at the ribbon cutting, it was nice, it was quaint. Members of the community were invited. The interim county health and human services director was present, including our board of supervisor, Mr. Townsend. I want to say that we all are proud of the work and the countless hours that went into planning and to be able to witness the operation of the Navigation Center.
Great, and thank you. And I can just add a few words that it was truly impressive to see the excitement and the hope on the faces of the staff members at the Navigation Center, but also it was impressive to see the results that had been driven by our staff members to create such a location in our city. I know the council has been open to this throughout the process. But it's wonderful to see the outcome, to know that our staff has such a locally generated benefit to our city, benefit to the population, and a way to address a situation that prior to a few years ago, we didn't really have an answer to how we could address it. But as I mentioned, to talk to some of the employees and the staff members at the site, to see the hope for what exists now and the potential for what could be improved upon at the location. I have to say it was contagious to see and hear what could be done in the future with continued collaboration, not only with the city, but eventually with the county and the other partners in our region. And it was wonderful to see such a model facility. So. And I definitely have to say, I'll be going back there because they have a garden. They had some ideas, and I had some ideas. And as I mentioned, it's contagious once you visit. So I think as we exit the COVID precautions and as things start to happen, I really hope to see some more community involvement in that facility. So, and I'll leave it at that. Up next is the City Council Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee. We kind of re-engaged the committee just to make sure we were on top of the development agreements we'd been looking at with the previous licensee applicants that had been approved by council, just to make sure that the pace for what we're doing, the parallel planning with project review committee, as well as seeing what some of the site plans look like, and really keeping up with the spirit of how we started, which was we knew that this was an industry that was a burgeoning industry in our county, in our state, and making sure we were able to make the best of the industry locally and regulate it responsibly as per our local considerations. So we're on track and it looks good. So if there's no questions, we can move on to the next report, which is the Tulare County Association of Governments, the Regional Transportation Public Participation Plan from May 13th. And that's
Thank
the
you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. And if Councilmember Carrillo would like to add anything to that after I'm done, we're okay. We did meet on May the 13th. From City of Porterville, it was Mr. Lawless and Councilmember Kelly Carrillo. From TCAG, it was Mr. Ted Smalley, and I was there as the vice chair. And Tribal Council Member Mr. Gary Santos present. Our meeting was informational only. There were no decisions that were made. It was discussion only. Mr. Smalley had coordinated the meeting to follow up with information and probable discussions. With regard to a letter was requested to TCAG that on behalf of the tribe, and it had to do with requesting funding for an ATP plan. The status of that letter is forthcoming, but to include and to add safety to the venue for reservation projects and to add a component on that ATP funding request. And identification of airport casino expansion plans, bike and ped money, a brief highlight of Measure R, Future 65 arterials, road systems, benefits, and other road improvements, but it was to strategize for over the next 5 years. From that discussion, Councilmember Santos indicated he would coordinate a meeting to include TCAG City, County, Tribe representatives regarding key projects. And that's my information, unless Councilmember Carrillo would like to add more.
I have nothing else to add to that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next report is the Library Facility Planning Committee from May 13th.
Good evening. I'll provide the update on the Library Facility Planning Committee. We met virtually on May 13th at 4:30 p.m. The consultant, Penny Hummel, first updated the committee on the needs assessment work plan schedule. Penny then spoke of the progress of setting dates and times for focus groups, and the committee will be asked to assist in recruiting individuals for the various, I believe there's 8 to 10 focus groups that we're looking at. The committee members, we all did a SOAR exercise and contributed on what we thought were the strengths, opportunities, aspirations, and results of the library. So strengths, we discussed what are the library's greatest assets. Some of those we focused on were the needs of the patrons, providing a place to meet, providing a variety of activities, having a community center feel. Opportunities, how can the library best meet the needs of its customers and community? To create the spaces that we need, modernize with technology, hearing from the diverse community, incorporating current trends, and creating a destination. Aspirations, what are our hopes and dreams for the library? Lifelong learners and curiosity, multi-use, and having an inviting place for all to feel welcome. And then we discussed results. What would be different for community members, library stakeholders, and staff? We talked about access, human comfort, the community. We talked about the community that we feel like they're going to feel like they had a voice through this assessment and process. Also because of the focus groups. And then next, each community member shared their top 5 service responses. There was a total of, I believe, 18. So we all selected our top 5 and then did an average of those. And the highest ranking of those service responses amongst the committee were creating young readers, early literacy, connecting to the online world, public internet access, visiting a comfortable space, physical and virtual spaces, satisfying curiosity, and lifelong learning. Lastly, Penny walked the committee through the survey that the public will be asked to complete, so we provided some feedback on that. And then the meeting adjourned at 5:56 p.m. The next meeting will be May 27th at 4:30 p.m. And that concludes the report for library facility planning.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? No? Okay. The next report is the TCAG, Tulare County Transportation Authority meeting from May 17th.
Thank you very much. We met on Monday, yesterday. The meeting began with a PowerPoint presentation, which was provided by a Mr. Dan Levitt of the San Joaquin Valley Rail. The information provided was regarding high-speed rail, train, bus components. It was interesting to see and hear the presentation, a highlight with regard to the Hanford, Corcoran, Wasco train stations as to where they will be in the future, and not to be a connectivity to the high-speed rail. A potential reuse, discussion of future partnerships. TCAG is not in the rail business. It takes someone that knows the rails and the connectivities. Perhaps when it comes to fruition, something would be for Tulare County. So that was just a presentation, no formal anything. Under that, a legislative update was brought by the executive director. What he stated was that a lot has happened, that the governor released money in the May revise. The state lobbyist and the coalition effort was involved in a lot of that for TCAG. He said $5 million for the ATP program. For projects that are already submitted, an emphasis on projects for this area included the $6.4 million for the Porterville Strathmore project, and with additional funding for the future or the already submitted project for the Putnam Elderwood area. He was proud to make those announcements during that portion of the meeting. Going into the transportation consent calendar, pretty much standard resolutions. It was unanimously approved. With regard to the transportation discussion action items, there was only one item of action, which was pretty standard. But what happened during that portion of the meeting was that Caltrans reported and highlighting on Porterville with regard to the beautification efforts that in Porterville, the Mighty 190 are underway. More information to follow as to the progress as it continues. On the association consent calendar, much of the items were the same. They were unanimously approved. Under that portion of the meeting, on that legislative update, every year TCAG had gone to Washington, D.C., but all the efforts for the Washington, D.C. trip will be held in the spring of 2022. I'm going to move and fast forward that there was one item that I'm going to focus on because it makes me proud, and it was the adoption of the resolution and had to do with the approval of Measure R funding for litter abatement pilot called the LAP program for the city of Porterville. This has been an item of discussion in the Sustainable Corridor Committee since 2018. It had to do with highway litter concerns. Caltrans has experienced a dramatic increase of volume in the trash. However, this is a coordinated effort between TCAG, Caltrans, and the city. The city of Porterville is the first city that is moving forward with this program. It will service 2 state highways, State Route 190 and State Route 65, with the city limits, within the city limits, on a 30-day cycle. The cost is based upon one crew, approximately 7 to 9 people, to complete 2 cleaning cycles per month. The funding sources would be Measure R, State Route 190, additional project funding, which is $42,000. The local agency match, which is $40,000. Caltrans would be $80,000 for a total of $162,000 annually for years 1, 2, and 3. That concludes my report. Our next meeting is June 21st. I don't know if Mr. Lawless wanted to add more to that project or
Well,
make a note on that one.
I would just, we had this discussion during the city council's priority, which was an evolving program, which was trying to be a leader in how to improve corridor refuse cleanup. Caltrans doesn't have the personnel to do it. And they've been limited in some of the other forces that they've used, those in custody and those sorts of things. So really, it's been a matter of trying, and we're going to continue to have, even though the money's been appropriated, and that was direction of council up to $50,000 in that, which the good news is that Caltrans came up with more money, which reduced the local shares of Measure R, TCAG Measure R and the city. Looking at what's the best way to implement those dollars in a personnel standpoint. And so those are, I know we're attempting to have conversations based around similar to what's occurring in Kern County, where they're using previously homeless individuals to go out and provide them work experience and opportunity to earn some income while they're also doing community projects. So we're exploring that. So that appropriation's there. Now it's a matter of finding what's going to be the right, preferably, and actually the state has preference for a homeless work program is what I'll call it. That is their preference. And so we're going to try to pursue that as best we can, and how that would be in partnership with the Navigation Center, which you recall we had applied for a grant through the Workforce Investment Board previously to try to provide funding for work-based opportunities for those through the Navigation Center. So we're continuing to try to turn that wheel to find the right combination. So right now we're going to try to work with CSET, which has had similar programs in the past where we could work with CSET to employ individuals that would actually perform this work, and that's what those allocated dollars would go towards. They would actually perform as opposed, they do have to be paid because it's state dollars, I'm going to say prevailing wage for the activity. So that's why the dollars are what they are, which is actually good for those that would benefit through the employment of performing that same function.
So they will make the minimum wage, is it 15, what is it now?
It's
per hour?
actually based, because it's on the state highway with their dollars contributing, I think there's a higher, that's my understanding. I'm looking at Jason, Jason's not here, but that is one of the things that we're going to have to work through. There will be an agreement that comes to the city council, which will be that will talk about those things. It will come, it's their standard maintenance agreement, which we'll enter into, which will say we're allocating these dollars, which only pays for a certain, they have one crew that they will be using out of Delano, which is a veterans group, newly formed, which will be doing part of that. So it'll be a matter of establishing what is the other, with their dollars included with, which is, it's going to have to come back as an item for the council's approval. And in that are going to be the conditions that come with this funding. So it's going to be more than minimum wage is what I can tell you.
So like 2021, sign me up. No, can it be a local nonprofit, or we have to go through CSET, or is that what we chose?
Yeah. So their priority is to have those that are performing this cleanup to be those that are experiencing homelessness. And the closest example we have right now is in Kern County.
It's Bakersfield, yeah.
I apologize. So with their money, they're saying, as a priority, we want you to do this. We have other examples. We have a contract with Promoting Self-Worth as an example, but that's a different classification for Caltrans. That's disabled adults. They want to see, it's not a deal breaker, but it is their preference that they see. And this is an item that we'll be bringing, we have an example that's been sent to Jason and I for review. We'll need to, we're still in the germination state of this, as I would say. So we need to, now that the money's been appropriated, now we need to work on developing the work program that it would support.
Okay, because
When you say a local nonprofit, it just needs to be, they could work for the city. Now, I will tell you that we'll want to actually contract with another third party to do that, and then, but the relationship will be between Caltrans and the city specifically. With Caltrans, with TCAG providing its contribution, the city providing its contribution, and Caltrans providing its match, I guess I would say.
The reason I asked, I know that there are a couple of churches that are feeding the homeless, and now, and maybe that we might be able to contract with them if they could get the homeless come out and pay them. I don't know if that's possible or not, but
I would say if Javier were here, he would say, recognize the reporting that's going to need.
Yes.
So when you get involved in state contracts, there's a lot of payroll records that they're going to require to show that you, and it's not, it typically takes somebody that has experience in working with that.
okay.
But I'm not closing that door, I'm just saying.
No, I was just asking.
Typically, it's looking at who are those that are already practitioners in this space and employing these individuals. These would definitely be individuals from this area. In terms of who that third party is still subject to definition.
Okay, thank you. And the final report of the evening in this area is the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency meeting of May 17th. I was in attendance for this meeting. Some of the action items that took place, and keep in mind that this group is picking up speed. It's trying to move into existence and areas of service quite rapidly. So some of the actions we've taken recently, especially at this meeting, kind of lead down that path. I know Mr. Tree was in attendance, so if I leave anything out, please feel free to either correct me if I'm wrong or add something I've missed. Major items that were approved at this meeting, action items, there was an authorization to revise the Low Carbon Transit Operations Program, LCTOP, the scope of work. Previously, the discussion had been about those 18 and younger having free fares. There was and this is a finite amount of money that is comprised, I believe, of contributions from agencies, member agencies, and the recommendation to expand the service to those above 65 and older, as well as certified ADA passengers, and also on special days such as Earth Day, and was there another day that was a special transit day?
Another holiday or special day is Dump the Pump Day.
So action taken there too, and knowing that it's a finite amount of money, so the term or the duration of this project could be limited by the amount of funds that are available. But I'm sure if it's successful, they'll be looking for additional funds or ways to keep the program going. Some of the other action items, a memorandum of understanding between the transit agency and the city of Woodlake to start the process of services for transit. So, and there's a few MOUs on the slate for approval, which were approved. Another MOU was with the city of Porterville, which as part of that MOU would be the maintenance on the fleet that would be servicing the Woodlake area, as well as the third-party contractor servicing that area. The decision there was expressed in that the highest, I guess the most technology, the best suited to undertake this and probably keep it aligned with the best available technology in the county would be to proceed in this fashion. So that was also approved. There was also an MOU for transit services for Dinuba. And keep in mind, all of these agencies have different types and styles of transit, different states of technology. So there's a real attempt to homogenize everything in the area to create a stable level of service, and that's done through having these MOUs and trying to design a standard. And then there was also an MOU that was approved with the City of Tulare and the Transit Agency, also to undertake transit services in Tulare. So I'm sure we'll be hearing more about how these services progress as the rollout progresses, but I think the board has been working very well in trying to move down the path of creating a countywide transit system, as well as looking at the budget for operation for that transit system with these agencies that will be having service through the Regional Transit Agency. So the budget was also approved, and included in that budget was some reserves and equipment replacement funds, which because of my experience here and seeing the benefits of that, was something that I had asked for early, and I think the staff has been very responsive in that, as well as other areas of the budget. And so I think we're off to about as good a start as we can with this. And Mr. Tree, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to what I've said.
Excellent recap.
Okay. All right, and that pretty much concludes all the action items I have.
Question, you mentioned Woodlake, they have buses that we will maintain?
They have buses that are not, that we will maintain at our corporate yard through maintenance. They don't have the same type of buses that we have, but the maintenance area has experience with the buses. And I believe they have is it diesel or gasoline buses? Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you. And that brings us to the reports section of our agenda. I see that there are several dates listed, and I see that Parks and Leisure Commission met on May 6th, although I don't know if we have we do have a report?
Yes, Your Honor, we have Mr. Jason Garola who would like to give a report. I can go ahead and bring him in now.
Please.
Hello.
Welcome, Mr. Garola.
Good evening, Mayor and member of the Council. I'm Parks and Leisure Service Commissioner Jason Garola with our commission report. The virtual 1,000 challenge just concluded last weekend. 125 people participated in the 60-day challenge to log as many minutes doing exercise as possible. This was the first 1,000 challenge, and something similar will definitely be returning based on all the positive feedback. The Junior Pirates Track Club concludes this Saturday with a track meet at Granite Hills. The meet is only open this season to the 82 track club members comprised of boys and girls 6 to 14 who will be competing in running and field events. The city pool opens May 28th. A condensed swim lesson schedule, lap swim, and water aerobics are all going to be offered to the community this summer. Pool capacity will be limited to 140. 122 military banners will be going up just before Memorial Day, making the total 754. An honorary tribute will be available for the public to view on the city YouTube channel beginning on Memorial Day. The Friday evening virtual bingo series wraps up June 4th at 6 p.m. This program has averaged 130 participants. And lastly, the Free Junior Giants Baseball League begins next month. Registration is now taking place for boys and girls ages 5 to 13. Volunteer coaches are still needed. Games will be played at the sports complex mid-June to early August. This concludes our report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, very good. I see that the Library and Literacy Commission also met on the 11th. Do we have a report from?
Your Honor, it doesn't appear that we have any of the commissioners on the attendee list.
Okay, and as well as the Arts Commission?
The Arts Commission does have a commissioner on the attendee list who would like to speak.
Okay. Please admit them.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Emily Luna, and I am a member of the Porterville Arts Commission. On April 27th, 2021, the Porterville Arts Commission met via Zoom for a brief discussion on vacancies and starting up meetings again via Zoom until otherwise advised. At this point in time, the Arts Commission has 2 vacancies in which we are working on filling those positions as soon as possible. Our next scheduled meeting will be via Zoom, May 25th, 2021. And that is all for this report, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, up next we have the Animal Control Commission meeting of May 10th. Do we have any commissioners?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And the Youth Commission, are there any commissioners?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Great. Thanks for those providing a report. Also, there's some staff informational reports included.
Thank you. There are 2 reports. First, your monthly water conservation Phase 4 status update, which showed 1.25% decrease over 2013 from a capacity standpoint. So certainly this has been a trend we've seen with warmer weather and conservation efforts being stretched, which continues to track beneath the cumulative goal of the city at 26% cumulative conservation, which is at 25.1%. There were 29 notices of violations issued during the month of April and 1 administrative citation. And then for the residential care facility overconcentration request update, it was requested that there be a 6-month update if there had been any additional activity in this sector, which there has not been.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Council, how would you like to proceed?
Mayor, if no one has conflict and no items to be pulled, I make the recommendation that we approve items 1 through 18 of the consent calendar.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please call for the vote. Oh, yeah.
We have it.
I guess that's me. We'll vote then. Okay, passes 4-0. Thank you. That brings us to the public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have scheduled 1 public hearing for this evening, which is to consider a modification of consider a draft ordinance that provides a modification of existing ordinance as it relates to the establishment of the City Internal Audit Committee. It was direction of the City Council that this item be scheduled for formal consideration, which would to modify the composition of the City Internal Audit Committee to include 2 members of council. Currently, the ordinance allows for 1, which Vice Mayor Flores is currently the designated representative to that. And so recommended before you this evening is a draft ordinance that would increase that to 2. Should that action be taken, would also request that the City Council appoint its members to serve on that committee and to give first reading in order to print. And with that, there is an additional modification, which is to reflect the current title of the Finance Director from Chief Financial Officer.
Okay, and thank you for defining this item. Are there any questions for staff before we open the public hearing? Okay, Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing at 7:37. And seeing no one in the chamber, is there anyone online who would like to speak?
Your Honor, we received no written or email communication, and there is no one in the gallery that wishes to speak.
Okay, thank you. And so at 7:37, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to council.
I guess I'll be asked, is there a couple of members that want to volunteer for this?
I am already
You're
on there.
on
Who
it.
would like to
Currently,
work
yeah.
with me
Okay.
and the others?
If I may, my anticipation would be that with this would probably be at least a monthly meeting for the next several months.
And I'll volunteer to do it unless Councilmember Carrillo
Did you see
wanted-
her eyes light up?
wanted to arm wrestle over it.
I would love, I
She
would
showed
love
interest
to
in
do
it.
it. I just, my time is so stretched so thin, and I would want to give, a good effort to it. I just don't know that I have the time to give to that, what's needed at this moment. But if one of you appointed me, I would be.
Well, in that case, I volunteer or nominate Councilwoman Carrillo. That's easy.
Councilmember Stowe, were you interested in?
No, I just nominated.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
No, you're serious.
I'm
But did you
serious.
see how she finished it off? That if she would get appointed, she would do the best
She
that she
would.
can to,
I still volunteer though, so but it's up to you, anybody, what the council would like.
I would love to have somebody on the committee. Besides me.
I will accept it if, yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
It'll be a pleasure working with
Well,
you.
absolutely, it would.
Of
I
course,
just-
we'll get things done, huh?
You will.
No, what it is, it involves a lot of, it will, because we're going to be going over the contracts, and we'll be doing a lot of the reading that they're going to bring, and a lot of decisions will have to be made.
And there's several potential financial transactions that would appreciate the committee's review and opinion.
You'll get to know the city inside and out.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, my goodness, I just love that.
Do we have to vote?
Well, we have to,
Well, on the ordinance.
okay.
So there's two actions.
All right, so we have to make the motion.
You wanted to put 2 people on, but if it really is a problem, we don't have to have the 2 people,
Yeah.
2 council people on there. So, you're making that decision tonight as well. So just-
True.
Nope, no problem. We can have two.
We didn't want to schedule a committee without knowing if there were one or two
Yeah.
members. So if it's the interest to have 2 members, first action would be to take action to modify the ordinance to establish 2 members on the committee. And then secondly, so after that action, then the ordinance is essentially been adopted and given
Adopted.
first reading. And then if you wish to appoint, it would be a separate second action. I guess you could do it in one,
Okay.
but there's 2 separate actions.
I make a motion to add another member to a council member to the committee and to
Modify.
adopt the ordinance.
And modify the ordinance.
Modify and adopt the ordinance.
Then I will second that, and then are we going to add the other one to appoint the council member?
Well, let's do the first.
Yeah.
I would say
Okay, let's do that. Okay, so there, we did a second.
Can't do
First,
them both at the same time, all right.
okay.
Motion.
So there's a motion and that was a
Second.
second. Okay, so a motion and a second, and we'll call for the vote. Oh, passes, I didn't see, sorry, I didn't see it on my screen. Passes 4-0.
Would you like me to do the first reading?
Please.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville repealing and replacing Chapter 2, Article 9, Internal City Audits of the Portable Municipal Code.
All right. So now, after the first things first have been done first, I can move on to the second part.
All right, so I'll make the motion to appoint Councilmember Carrillo to the Internal Audit Committee.
So there was a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. And we vote on that, yes? Okay, so we'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Right.
Okay, passes 4-0. Thank you. Congratulations.
Welcome.
Trying to look at your guys' faces to see if that's a good thing.
That brings us to scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 8 scheduled matters before the City Council this evening. The first is to consider a renewal of body-worn camera contract with Axon Enterprise Incorporated, and for that, Chief Croto will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Law, City Council. At its meeting on September 6, 2016, the City Council authorized the Police Department to implement a body-worn camera program and to enter into a 5-year contract with Taser International for 57 cameras and tasers, associated equipment, and unlimited video storage for the cameras. The annual cost for this program was approximately $67,000. With the passage of Measure I and additional personnel, the department purchased 15 new body-worn cameras and tasers at an additional approximate cost of $20,000 and for a total annual cost of approximately $87,000. The current contract with Taser International, which has undergone a name change to Axon Enterprise Incorporated, is set to expire in October 2021, and department staff have been negotiating a new contract. However, there is a significant price increase associated with entering a new contract with Axon International Incorporated, partially due to additional services that have been added to the program. To renew the body-worn camera program with Axon Enterprise, the annual cost would be $150,216.60. As before, this would provide a body-worn camera with unlimited video storage and a taser to all sergeants and officers in the department. It also allows for 2 or 3 spare body cameras, which are supplied at no cost. Spare body cameras are necessary for immediate replacement should a camera become inoperable, and for reserve officers and patrol lieutenants to be used as needed when operating in the field. An additional 11 administrator licenses are included for command and IT staff to manage the program. Although significantly more expensive, the new contract with Axon Enterprise also allows for several additional services that have been developed in the last 5 years and are part of the package agreement. Under the new agreement, the following additional services are included: updated body-worn camera every 2.5 years, updated tasers midway through the contract at year 5, free taser cartridges, both training and duty, and battery replacements, which are items we have to purchase now, free taser training bodysuit, and yearly taser instructor training courses for a department use of force trainer, docking and charging systems for the tasers, which includes downloads and storage of the usage data, auto tagging. By connecting to our CAD RMS system, officers no longer have to spend valuable time tagging or applying the associated incident number and call type to every single recording, which is what they do now. This will be done automatically through our CAD RMS system. Signal sidearm is a feature that whenever a firearm is removed from a holster by an officer, a signal automatically activates all body cameras in the vicinity in the event that an officer has neglected to activate their body camera. Taser camera activation. As with signal sidearm, when a taser is powered on, a signal will automatically activate all body cameras in the vicinity in the event that an officer has neglected to activate their body camera. Should be noted, this is important because especially when officers get a sudden arrival on a scene that they're not expecting. If they're driving to the scene, they have time. But if something that happens right in front of them, their first thought is not to hit the camera. they're doing well. I mean, we're activating the cameras in almost all of our events, but in this case, we would never lose one if that happens. There's also a Respond. All body cameras will now be GPS enabled. It allows our communication center to know the location of an officer in the event they're unable to provide their location. This is extremely helpful in foot pursuits. We know the locations of cars. If something were to happen, we could get to the cars, but if they've run off somewhere and unable to communicate, we can now locate them. Fleet signal. Similar to the signal sidearm, an officer's body camera will be automatically activated when an officer turns on their emergency lighting system in their units. And license and unlimited video storage for video related to our recently authorized UAV program. In addition to the above, with this new contract, the department will be transitioning to unlimited storage for evidence photographs. It's also included. Currently, we are using point and shoot cameras to document crime scenes and other photographic evidence. The storage of these items are expensive, requiring periodic increases in our self-contained storage capacity. It also takes time for officers to transfer the photographs from the cameras to the storage system. By utilizing the unlimited storage opportunity with Axon Enterprise, officers can upload the photographs directly from the device to the cloud utilizing Wi-Fi, and the photographs will automatically attach to the incident along with the body camera footage. In the future, all the associated photographs and video will be stored together under that incident number. While the above services are included in the renewal, there's another service that the department is requesting council to consider. This service is the addition of fleet cameras to the Axon Enterprise contract. Fleet services is the installation and use of cameras in each patrol unit. This equipment includes a camera to view the roadway in front of the vehicle, as well as an integrated license plate reader camera. A second camera captures activity in the rear passenger seat of the patrol unit. As with the body cameras, there are a number of functions that are part of this service. The camera operates on a 24-hour loop that can be accessed in the event that there's a complaint made or there's some other reason to access the video that's not related to an incident. If an incident is created, then that video will be attached to the incident, and we will have that. But again, there's also a loop that we can go back and look at when there's just a complaint or nothing that sparked an incident. The cameras automatically create a downloadable incident recording when the emergency lights or siren is activated. A designated speed is exceeded. We can plug in a designated speed. Say an officer is just not thinking and he hits 75, 80 miles an hour, no lights, no siren, he's not doing anything. We can set those limits to where it'll trigger a recordable incident. When the gun lock is released, it'll trigger recording, and if a crash occurs, it will trigger a recording. And as with the camera, there's some loop back, so we will have information just prior to whatever incident happened. A downloadable incident is also initiated when a subject is placed in the rear passenger seat of the vehicle. Hardware updates come at year 5 and 10. Live stream actually of the cameras, when they're activated, our watch commanders or command staff can actually live stream the video that's coming from the vehicle. Axon Citizen One-on-One. This gives officers in the administration the ability to send an email or text message to a citizen, and then they can share evidence with the department, such as doorbell or surveillance cameras, cell phone videos, that sort of thing. Based on the above, the department is requesting approval to enter a 10-year contract with Axon Enterprise for the continuation of the body-worn camera program effective July 1, 2021. By increasing the time frame for the contract, the department will avoid another increase in cost in 5 years. The cost for the first year of the contract will be $139,256, and each subsequent year will be $150,216. The reason for that price discrepancy is our contract ends in October, but since we move it back to July, they have actually said we can reduce that first year cost by reducing that. The department is also requesting that council consider an authorization to enter into contract with Axon Enterprises that includes the addition of the fleet cameras. With the addition of the fleet cameras to the body-worn cameras, the cost for the first year of the contract will be $261,965 and $272,926 for years 2 through 5. Years 6 through 10 would be $232,678. By doing a multiple-year contract for fleet cameras, the cost you see for the first 5 year represents a 10% discount, and years 6 through 10 represents a 15% discount. Funding for these contracts will be available in department budget. Our recommendation that City Council authorize the Police Department to enter into a 10-year contract with Axon Enterprise and give direction to the Police Department in determination to enter a contract just for the body-worn cameras, or a contract for the body-worn cameras and the fleet cameras. And third, authorize the Police Department to sign all necessary documents to renew the contract and make payments per the contract language. That's my report, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Chief Crodel?
Prior to the questions, I would like to add, just, I know the license plate reader technology is a little worrisome, not for our council, but there have been incidences where license plate reader data has not been used in a manner that I believe would be consistent with what council would want and what city manager would want. We did some research on that, and just to let you know, the license plate reader data is our data. It gets uploaded to Axon under our name, and it's not shared with anybody without our consent. It's just like our body camera videos. We have to provide consent. No other agency can come in and look at that data. We can also set retention, and we can set retention dates on that data to where if we're out there reading, say we read 10,000 plates in whatever period of time, 10,000 plates in a week, but I think it's going to be more than that. If there's no hit that's associated with that data, we can set a retention and it's automatically deleted after a certain period of time. But I want to make it clear that, and we've talked with our representatives, and we wanted to make it clear that it is our data, nobody else has it. It's not being shared with anybody without our approval. And I would like to add that we do have a representative from Axon available online if you have any questions for them as well. They were gracious enough to be here just in case there's questions that I can't answer. I'm sure there are. I mean, there's a lot of questions I can't answer, but if you have questions that I can't answer, they certainly can. We have the agency experts online in case there's any questions about how something works, and with that, I'll submit to council.
Okay, Chief, thank you for clarifying those points. Council, did you have any questions either for Chief Crodel or the representative from Axon?
I don't.
I didn't have any question. You clarified the portion of the retention on the fleet cameras and whose property it belongs to, so I don't have a question.
The only question I would have had was about the license plate, and that was covered. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve the entire package.
And I will second that.
Okay, and that's the body-worn camera as well as the fleet?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? Okay. I'll call for the vote. Okay, passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Okay, on to the next item.
Thank you, council, and I just want to add, 5 years passes very quickly, and as an early adopter of this technology in our county, appreciate the council's continued support of that valuable program, as I know the police department has found it to be. So, and appreciate its support and expansion.
Well,
And if I could add, it has proven to be very valuable. Our IT person, who we were able to bring over from the sheriff's department has cameras in their vehicle. And she said after they bought them, I'm hoping ours never have to be used to help pay for themselves. But within the sheriff's department, it did help pay for them very soon after their implementation.
Well, any kind of documentation today's day and age is definitely necessary. I mean, it protects everyone, you know, the police officers, the city, and the citizens. So, I just think it's very necessary to have those kind of things.
Mayor, can I add something?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to thank you for the details on the technology. I think that's what makes it an easy decision for me is it's amazing technology, and the realistic scenario examples are what really help to make a good decision on this.
Right, and I must say that we work with a lot of organizations on different things that we deal with, and the Axon representatives are, you know, yes, they're there to get a product out and sell it, but it's obvious they believe in it, and they are hands down some of the best folks we work with when we work for such a large organization. Being able to get information from them, help with them if we have an issue, they're available all the time. We never have trouble getting a hold of them or getting the help that we need. It's a great company, and I'm not working for them. I'm just saying it's a great company.
Nor what, 6 months afterwards?
Well, for
It's
the
called the kicker there, Chief.
the first 6 months, I'm working for Kelly Crodel Enterprises.
Smart man.
And the next 6 months after that, and after that, and after that, I guarantee you.
Okay, thank you.
Again, thank you, council, and thank you, Your Honor. Our next scheduled matter this evening is to consider amendment to city code, changes to the special speed zones 2020 speed survey, and Mr. Sanchez will provide the staff report.
Mayor, members of council. The state of California requires that agencies update their speed surveys every 5 years with options to extend that update from 7 to 10 years. We're right at the same 7-year limit, and we last time this came before you was exactly 7 years ago, so we're right at where we need to be. Last year, Porterville Police Department began a citywide speed survey to collect all the data on our major arterials and collectors. They completed that at the end of 2020 for all roadway sections under our jurisdiction. From there, it gets turned over to engineering department, which we evaluate for the 85th percentile of free-flowing traffic speed and evaluate to the prima facie speed limit set from years past. And so it just comes down to, based on that 85th percentile speed, does it get rounded up to the next 5 miles per hour, or does it get rounded down? And if it gets rounded down, there's got to be engineering and traffic study data to back that up. Engineering department evaluated all that data, and before you is a list of roadway sections that are affected. The general trend of that data is that there is an increase in speed limits throughout town, mainly the fringes. And there could be a number of factors causing that, but overall, the speed limits are increasing slightly. And we've considered all the items as required by the state of California, such as adjacent land uses, roadway width, surface conditions, residential areas, and such. And so with that, we recommend that City Council approve the proposed ordinance amendment, give first reading to the ordinance amending Chapter 17, Article 15, Section 1715, prima facie speed limits determined on certain streets in the city code, and authorize the deputy city clerk to execute the speed survey status report and direct the city engineer to make appropriate changes in the posted signs when the ordinance becomes effective. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer that, and that concludes our staff report.
Okay, thank you for the report. Council, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions.
I don't.
Councilmember Carrillo? Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
If there are no questions, I make the motion that we accept the staff recommendations as noted, items 1 through 4 of their staff report.
Okay, we have a motion to
Accept the staff recommendations.
accept the staff recommendations.
Numbers 1 through 4.
Do we have a second?
A second.
Okay, Councilmember Stowe seconds. Go ahead and call for the vote. Okay, passes 4-0. Thank you.
Read by title only, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending Chapter 17, Article 15, Section 17-15, prima facie speed limits determined on certain streets of the Porterville Municipal Code.
Okay, thank you. And next item, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item in order is to consider the Tulare County Abandoned Vehicle Abatement Program Sunset Extension. And so, you've been here when you have an item that you remember 10 years ago. So, so I remember this in 2011, and there is particular legislation that was established now 30 years ago to establish this program, which has on a 10-year sunset extension process. And so we're here again, where a unique part of this legislation is that it is a $1 fee that's collected of all registered car registrations within a county, which then is then collected and then distributed to participating agencies in the AVA program. To participate in the AVA program, a county needs to have a majority of the Board of Supervisors and a majority of the cities representing a majority of the population of the county. So both of those conditions have to be met. I don't know that if it's been met yet. I think it might have been met last night when Visalia apparently considered this item, but according to Ted Smalley at TCAG. Previously, when this was considered in 2011, Porterville was the only jurisdiction not to support it, which the City Council in 2016 revisited this issue because your residents will still be charged $1, just the funds will be distributed outside your jurisdiction. So it is anticipated that the Board of Supervisors will pass this and that it will pass as well. So for the city to continue to participate, it would need to adopt the resolution that's been provided. So the recommendation would be that you consider it. If you wanted to, there is a timeline established where, and actually we have to submit directly to the Department of Motor Vehicles. If the council wishes, it could defer its action to have further report of other jurisdictional support, but wanted to put it before you this evening to get direction.
Okay, council. So after hearing the item, any questions for staff?
I will add that Porterville is one of the most active AVA. The City of Porterville, through its code enforcement efforts and police department efforts, combine the two departments, police department with those vehicles that are in the roadway under vehicle code, and the fire department with those that are not in the roadway. I would say Porterville's the side of the County of Tulare, the second most active agency, and the Vice Mayor can speak to that. There's a quarterly report that typically illustrates that the city's one of the most active participants, I would say. And I would say it's a little bit about a part of contention, because the way that the funding, I'll just be candid with you about, and me and my colleagues and I sometimes discuss. So the funding, the entire funding is split half by population, so you don't have to do any abatements. You just get to receive the money, and then the other half of the funding is based upon activity proportionally. So there are some jurisdictions that are not interested in doing abatement, they're just interested in receiving the money. But there is the other half, so to speak, that is recording, and I know our departments are among the most active in terms of recording its abatements and reporting them.
May I comment? I just want you to know that that was reported out at the TCAG meeting yesterday with regard to the allocations and the report from July, the first quarter, July 1 through September 30th of 2020-21. And it does show exactly what Mr. Lawless just specified, that Porterville is one of the most active ones, while others have a 0. They do not participate. But it is reported out at the TCAG meetings.
Thank you. Council, any?
I'll make a motion that we accept the.
And I'll second. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll call for a vote. Okay, passes 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, council.
Okay. And the next item, please.
Next item in order is to consider CARES Act funding credit to local transportation fund agreement with the County of Tulare, and Mr. Knight will provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Knight, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, members of the council. This item is really discussion on the CARES Act funding that has come to the Porterville urbanized area, which the city is the direct recipient. It's important to note that these funds do not flow through Caltrans or our Metropolitan Planning Organization, TCAG. They are directly appointed to the Porterville urbanized area. So going back a year, in July of 2020, the Federal Transit Administration announced $25 billion in supplemental funding available for FTA grantees, which the city is, to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. It's important to note that the supplemental funding was appropriated in the CARES Act, and that the Federal Transit Administration had posted apportionment tables displaying the funds available to eligible states, tribes, and urbanized areas. So, and they commonly refer to urbanized areas as Section 5307 grantees, which the City of Porterville is the recipient of. The guidelines for the CARES Act funding is that FTA recipients may utilize funds made available under the CARES Act for operating expenses incurred as of January 20th, 2020 at a 100% federal share, so no local match. So when the tables were announced by the Federal Transit Administration, the Porterville urbanized area was apportioned $7.5 million in CARES Act supplemental funding. The City of Porterville is a direct recipient for the Porterville urbanized area, so this big zone. There are currently 2 operators in the Porterville urbanized area. That's the City of Porterville, Porterville Transit, and the County Transit Service. For almost 40 years, the city and the county have maintained an annual agreement to where the city provides transit service to unincorporated residents, and therefore the county will pay for the portion. The methodology used for the last 40 years is based on population and specifically the census. So the current agreement utilizes the 2010 census, which 75% of the residents are within the City of Porterville and 25% are for the county. And in the terms of the existing agreement, based on population, the city credits the county 25% of federal funds. It's important to note that the efforts made by the city in providing quality public transportation is the county benefits from that. Though we provide more revenue hours, more revenue miles, the city and the urbanized area in return generates more revenue on an annual apportionment. The CARES Act funding used data from 2018, At that time, the city was providing, which is the major source of revenue miles and hours, very high-quality service. We were operating service up to the Tule River Indian Tribal Reservation. But through our relationship with the county, they oftentimes have asked for services that they may not have agreed to, or their definition of quality of service is a bit different. And so, for example, there's some services that they asked to be removed from the calculation of what they would pay a portion of. But we've been able to work through that. In March 2nd, 2021, we brought to you an agreement for fiscal year 2021. It's utilizing data that's 2 years old. And the reason why it's 2 years old is it takes time to close out the city's books, so to speak, prepare the information in order to meet the upcoming fiscal year. So it's just always been 2 years behind. So the agreement that was brought before you in March, although it was a reflection or agreement for the current fiscal year, it was utilizing 2-year-old data. And so if you look at the guidelines of CARES Act, it's specific that for operating expenses, January 2020 moving forward. And so a question was brought to staff that the city revisit its agreement to ensure that credit be applied to the county. Staff recommends that we follow the CARES Act guidelines and ensure that if there was expenses that met the CARES Act, we would address it. But this particular agreement that came before council back in March was for operating services in 2018 to 2019. So we recommend that that agreement stand or remain unchanged. Moving forward, staff is recommending applying CARES Act credit to operating expenses that are under the CARES Act guidelines. So we'll look at data from January 20 again, moving forward. And if it's a desire of the council, we would apply that to 25% CARES Act credit, which is totaling $1.88 million. So for example, the upcoming agreement with Tulare County for fiscal year 21-22 covers 19-20, so there's a portion of that operating expenses that would be accredited to the county, and the same moving forward. Given the speed of the development of the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency, although this is a local discussion of how the city council is the governing body of the funds coming into the Porterville urbanized area, it warrants a discussion by the regional body is establishing a uniform methodology of how funds are appropriately allocated to transit providers within a UZA, especially when there's multiple transit providers. So that's an opportunity for council's discussion. We have a new census data coming up, so the staff is considering applying the new census data to this methodology. And moving forward, the county is asking for their portion of the CARES Act credit. Again, that's $1.8 million. We're asking to apply it under the CARES Act guidelines appropriately. And so when those expenses have been incurred, if it's the council's desire, we would give them the credit. What does that mean? So on average, the county's contribution for the city to operate transit to unincorporated residents is around $450,000. So that's about 4 years or maybe 4.5 years worth of services that they would, the CARES Act would pay for, freeing up other county local transportation funds to be used elsewhere. I think it's been the desire that staff, that those funds that are freed up, like local transportation funds, they're not having to be used to pay for services here in the urbanized area. Will those funds just remain to improve roads if that's what they're using those funds? It's some discussion that we've been having with the county. There's a lot going on here. We felt it important that we bring it before the council to get some direction on regarding applying the CARES Act funding credit to the county of Tulare, totaling $1,875,818 to operating expenses incurred as of January 20th, 2020 for providing public transportation to the unincorporated residents within the Porterville urbanized area. That's the conclusion of staff's report, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tree. Council, any questions?
Yeah. Now, let me get this straight. They want us to pay them for them to sit on their butt and do nothing, and we do all the transportation, or is that what I'm hearing?
Well, yes. Said differently is that out of the UZA, the monies that we receive, 25% of the population served is not in the city limits as of the 2010 census. And I guess that's an important point to underscore here, is that that's a formula that's derived from 2010, which does not represent 2021. But it is what it is when and so there'll be an update to the census numbers, which I'd be curious to see if it's still 75-25 or if those, given annexation activity that's been performed by the city, would shift population percentages within that. In addition to that, as Mr. Tree indicated, we provide a service to county residents that they would not normally receive. The city's service is provided is not what the county provides. And so they then pay a proportional share in serving their residents, and that gets to the $450,000 a year. What they're asking for has been under customary federal funding. We have shared what their contribution is, we've shared as a part of that. And so they are asking for their proportional share as a credit, so they don't have to pay us $450,000 a year under the current formula for the next 4 years. And they wanted it to be effective in an agreement that they wanted us to reopen our agreement for 18-19, which, as Mr. Tree underscored, it's not eligible because of it's state specific, but it will be one that is raised in the 19-20 agreement, which you would be considering, in the March timeframe, I would say, of 2022. So, but I think there's a couple of things that happens there. One is I'm going to conjecture is going to be an update of the census, which will then affect that LTF agreement. And as Mr. Tree also highlighted, we know that the county's interest is to, with the credit received, the $450,000 or so credit, is to do street reconstruction projects, which there's an argument that can be made that that $450,000 should stay in the UZA.
Right here, exactly.
So, as Mr. Tree indicated, is really a discussion item. The county's asked to revisit our agreement, which we, and in full disclosure, City of Visalia has provided a credit in that 18-19, City of Visalia is not a member of the TCRTA. I would say that there's, as Mr. Tree indicated, trying to have commonality within the TCRTA. So I would say it's staff's recommendation that we not revisit the 18-19 agreement, because it's pretty clear that the CARES Act funding wasn't effective until January 20th of 2020. But we do need to evaluate this. Even the TCRTA, my conversations with Ted Smalley as the current executive director, We do need to evaluate this. This is part of our, but there are a number of factors that need to be considered, not simply, there's 7.5 million of which 1.875 is the county's for the next several years.
Well, and my thoughts that for 18-19, because it was already predetermined, they don't get jack. We did all the work. They don't deserve, they don't deserve that, because that contract and agreement is already settled. In 2020, we should wait for the census to see what it's gonna be like, and see how much, and give them the appropriate amount, whatever, if they deserve anything. But, and if they don't like it, they can do it themselves.
Well, and this gets, to the very core of the TCRTA, which is, as previously noted, in the vehicles, in the levels of service that's provided, there isn't uniformity, there isn't, and one of the overarching, I would say, principles of the TCRTA is to try to make things more homogeneous, I think was the term the mayor used, which I think is a good one. That it look and feel the same. It doesn't matter that you're in Porterville or in Cutler, Rossi, or in Tipton, or in Tulare, that there is service that's provided, it's at a certain level, and that it's, and that there is a purpose to which it's being derived and delivered. And I would say, it's becoming evident through the TCRTA that there are a variety of levels of transit, what that means at different communities. And so one of the growing pains right now of going through is trying, and you took an action earlier this evening where Woodlake just quite frankly doesn't have the expertise, they don't have the personnel, they don't have I don't think they have a shop, do they? So they're probably contracted with the county.
Yeah,
Woodlake?
they operate it in-house, but they have a desire not to be responsible for those activities any longer.
Yeah, so it's, so you're looking at efficiencies, looking at reduced costs. So what are better ways to have uniformity, work collaboratively together? So what you've expressed is exactly one of the overarching principles, which there should be, as Mr. Tree indicated in his report, there should be commonality. There shouldn't be who gets the better of who at negotiations on the LTF agreement. Can I get a better deal than Visalia did in negotiating my LTF agreement? It should be a matter of looking at what the level of service that's being provided and there being commonality of how the formulas, that's been a core principle of the TCRTA, which is let's go to formulas so that this isn't strong arm negotiations.
And see, and that's the reason I said this has never worked, because the county are just money grabbers, and they're gonna try to get everything, sooner or later, it's just gonna blow up and fall apart. I'm sorry, because they want.
There are cities that are the same, so it's not just restricted. So you're, in the end, the continued effort and press needs to be, here's the services that we wish to provide, and here's what's going to be your contribution to make sure that happens, and the accountability to ensure that that is the service. This has been the reason, I don't know, Vice Mayor, how many, the whole genesis of this came from a workshop which said the system's broken. We don't have, there's no commonality in technology, there's no commonality in vehicles. The riders have to pay, there's no way to get from Porterville to Visalia on a single ride, right? And then the rates are all different. So there's a lot of these things that are disjointed. All of this just come back to say, all the way back, that I would say that through the TCRTA comes through, I would say, some of this commonality, raising these concerns because the experience that's being used is with a jurisdiction that's not a part of that. And then being used as justification, so, well, Visalia cashed out or provided the credit. Well, doesn't mean that it could have been done.
It's because I say it did.
And
They jumped off
here's
the
my
bridge, I'm not
experience.
jumping on.
Mr. Tree's experience is deeper than mine, but I've sat through FTA audits, and they had issue. This is not a made up. This is a real thing. FTA found issue with in its triennial audit every 3 years. They come through and scrutinize everything. They found issue with federally funded CMAQ CNG buses. Now, mind you, that's FHWA, Federal Highway Administration money, so federal money paid for CNG buses that were fueling in an FTA-funded, mind you, they're both in the Department of Transportation, they're just different divisions of Department of Transportation, but FTA found issue that the CMAQ buses were, paid-for buses were fueling in their facility.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
and so I think in an abundance of caution and prudence would be, you know, we're not saying to the county no. I think there's an argument, it's been, that we would. Well, but it also
I'm
goes to a
just
bigger,
teasing.
it actually goes to a
You know, they
bigger
just
conversation,
frustrate me 'cause they
which is
always-
the service that's provided.
Yeah.
Right? So what are we providing and what is the service that's being providing and what's your proportional share in providing service to those?
I think, Councilmember Stowe, your points are well taken, and I think the important thing to look at is kind of a new dawn or day for transit in the area, and that, and you're right, that, people will try to seek out money where they can find it and possibly use it for their purposes, other purposes, just to balance budgets and things. And this is the discussion that the RTA, or the transit agency, is looking at, because, the first questions that some cities have is about money that other cities have for transit and whether they have access to it. A big part of how that's going to work is keeping the local money local by programming it for a time period that's useful, especially when we can demonstrate standards that we want to model for the rest of the county. And I'm not saying that we should go for it or anything, but the idea behind it is to create a methodology to use this funding to keep it in the area that it was allocated for by maintaining standards that won't be deteriorated by the neediness of other agencies trying to find that money. And it'll encourage them to program the money that was allocated to them just like it's programmed to us for the appropriate usage. And I think that once that starts happening across the board, we won't have seeking out money for other places. But we do need to acknowledge that the region, the urbanized area, that the transit and the standards that are in place there are something that we can live with and something that is sustainable for other people to see as a model. So I hear where you're coming from.
The county, to me, is like the state. They just don't stand up to the agreements that they have. I mean, the transit system would be working fine if they just wasn't trying to pull all the money out of it and really cared about the riders, is my thought. And maybe they're trying to pull it together now, and hopefully they do, and hope this works. But like now, they're trying to go back and take money that we've already agreed upon. They're always looking for money from somebody. And it's like, what can we get from here to make, and then they don't use it for anything, but it may be Vice area, and we never get anything out of it. Our supervisors or no one ever fights for us. So heck with them. I'm tired of this.
And accountability is definitely, important for that. And I will say that, percentage-wise, with the percentages for paying for the effort, the county has a large percent. It's based on population. And I know we've seen in other instances like the EDC where the county says maybe it shouldn't pay so much because it doesn't have certain impacts or certain needs, but this is definitely not one of those situations where the county has many residents, and when it's broken down by population, that hopefully the equitable share is what they're aiming at paying.
I just think they forget that all the cities in Tulare County is Tulare County, and they just think they're self as a private agency, and they're just, okay, what can we get? What can we get? So, instead of trying to help the surrounding communities when the whole county can benefit from it, and they just grab and think about themselves. And I just don't understand the people that we put in office don't see that and don't fight for us over here. It's like we're in the island by ourselves. Once they get over there, they forget about Porterville. Like, where do you live, man? Don't you live in Porterville? Maybe. Until I get over there, I'm in Visalia. I used to fight with Mike about that all the time. But it gets irritating. I'm up to here with it. They're always trying to take our money, or if they do take our money, they don't do anything for us. Now, I'm okay with doing this as long as that money stays in our area and helps with our roads.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be the organic conversation of the TCRTA. This is really before you just because Visalia did it, and so the county then has a certain expectation that you'll do it too,
Yeah.
which we don't know that should be the case, but we're also not saying, there should be consideration given to it, we just don't know what, that's still yet to be determined. There's a number of factors, census update, what's going to be the agreements that are fashioned through the TCRTA, so there's still a lot of moving parts that need to be resolved. We wanted to put this before you because of the county's ask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And which we don't feel is,
And as my
frankly, we
mom,
don't think
as
it's
my mama used to
eligible.
say, because if I say jump off the bridge, I'm gonna jump off too. No.
And definitely the previous years is definitely not eligible. And Visalia getting in on transit through this method is like somebody trying to get in Costco off of somebody else's Costco card.
You know, looking at Julia, it just reminds me, there's an interesting element to this at the TCRTA level, and that's because there are agencies that are part of the TCRTA which are under the umbrella of the city of Visalia, which didn't have this conversation and probably didn't even know it happened. Exeter, Farmersville, and Tulare, which fall underneath the Visalia UZA, who probably, are they even keen to this conversation, Rich?
Well, TCAG brought an item to support the historically unrepresented jurisdiction within the Visalia UZA, and they actually made a modification to the methodology for spreading across the funds just a couple months ago. So I think TCAG is looking at it. They felt they addressed it well for Visalia UZA, and I think this is an opportunity for TCAG and TCRTA to look at Porterville now.
Vice Mayor,
You could see I've been wanting to get in on this conversation. No, because I'm going to echo, I remember that item that did come to TCAG. It was a couple of months ago, and it was requested by Visalia to carry it over until a decision was made, and they moved with it. So it would be in that direction of Porterville. Now, with that being said, I have to echo the sentiment about 2018, that's done and over, but I will say that the Board of Supervisors have formed their boundary census committee as representatives, so they're already going to start looking at their census, I mean, not yet, but it's going to be a committee that they have formed, so when the census numbers are out, that they can see where those boundaries are going to be. And I just wanted to bring that to the table here. And with that being said, now, I agree that there was no uniformity. This discussion with transit and operations began when I first got on to TCAG, and moving into this direction of the transit authority was a big step into this committee. And I have to agree, we have to kind of hang on to what's ours with the guidelines that would be in place. But there has been a tug and pull that Porterville has been in the forefront of many things where we have stood alone to make these decisions where the others would like to just take it from us. And every time we are in the forefront, all of a sudden, it raises an eyebrow as to, well, let's see how we can get it. But every time there's funding that is being allocated in our direction and things like that, at the meeting, others would like to see it appropriated elsewhere. And that's all I'm going to say, but that's my comment. Those are my comments. And it's been a tug and pull. And sometimes it's been disappointing, and it's not been an easy ride.
we're looking for direction on this.
Yeah, basically, that we shouldn't, we shouldn't revisit the agreement that you've already
Correct.
agreed to several months,
Correct.
4 months ago, and that really, that we're going to be looking at this with a variety of factors going forward.
Correct.
And have we expressed enough direction based on our responses to?
I think
The
so.
question really is, Mayor,
Yeah.
do you?
Yeah.
You're the representative to the TCRTA, which
Right.
where this conversation is going to be from. So.
Right, well, I
You're
think,
the alternate.
Okay. I'm an alternate?
You're the
Yes.
alternate.
I'm sending him to the next,
Look out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but, they just they tick me off when they always do this. They always do this, and I'm
We're
being,
glad you're back.
it's like, I'm tired of the county doing this stuff. I mean, they're always looking for money, and somebody provide the services, okay, what do we get out of it? Like, what do you mean, what do you get out of it? What did you do? Nothing. You get the money, you distribute it, but you didn't do anything, and then they try to hold all the money. I'm sorry, but
Well, the good news is that we're trying to eliminate the city-county conversation and have it as a TCRTA
Which is-
conversation where we're
yeah.
all collectively pulling in the same direction for a singular purpose instead of, well, you do this and this is how much I'm willing to pay you. By the way, I don't think you should be providing that service. So if you're going to do that service, that's up to you.
yeah.
If you think that the buses should have electronic payment and not a coin drop, well, I don't think we should pay for those improvements.
Yeah. See,
You want to have security cameras? I don't think we should pay for those improvements. And so thankfully, I think the conversation and time has graduated to where we're now. That's why I keep coming back to this. This conversation has now moved to, it shouldn't be the city or county. It should be we as Tulare County, including the
Exactly.
county and the cities, working together for a unified transit system.
Should have been like that all along with everything, but however, and I hope they get this fixed, and I hope it works without you going over there. You stay right here and let them find somebody that can do it, And,
well, definitely, on that note, fighting to keep the money where it's locally allocated and making sure that people aren't just coming after us for what we've been able to put together through our good sense and experienced staff. So, and I will probably take you up on having you attend one of the meetings, Councilmember Stowe. And with that, I'm not afraid to be at a meeting where we make a decision that's not, I'm usually I'm part of this, the group that they need to help keep this going, so I think I don't always have to be the agreeable guy just because we're in the lead and we have, resources and knowledge that we can contribute, so if that's the.
and if I do go over there, I will be more nice. I'll talk very nicely, much nicer than I did here, until they take me off. If they start, then I'm going to lay in on them, I'm telling you.
Councilmember Carrillo, did you have anything you wanted to add to the conversation?
Just look forward to the next month's AB 1234 report.
Okay. Does that cover it? Okay. All right. So the next item, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item in order is to consider resolutions of support for Senate Bill 222, sponsored by Senator Dodd, and a water rate assistance program, and Senate Bill 223, again by Senator Dodd, which is discontinuation of residential water service. This is legislation that's been proposed. So Community Water Centers, which has been a partner of the city in other projects and has supported legislation together, requested the City Council consider resolutions to support for these legislation. 222 addressing, which is something that I've reported in your report later this evening, which is given the pandemic, those in the executive order from the governor's office, not for the discontinuation of service due to non-payment, is that significant funds are outstanding to municipal agencies, water agencies, both private and public up across the state, over $1 billion. And so 222 seeks to establish a fund that will help assist agencies, is what I would say, in terms of providing potential assistance to water agencies should it be funded. And so I would say from staff's perspective on 222, it's an issue that we're all facing in terms of how we're going to address those that have been unable to maintain current on their utility bills. 223's a step further in that it speaks about expanding existing law, which deals how those that are considered low and moderate at a certain income rate that you enter into an arrearage plan. And so actually just before the pandemic hit, you may recall that in January 1st of 2020, right, we became subject to this law. We really didn't get a chance to figure it out because the executive order took effect. And so we haven't really had to do arrearage plans with folks that have fallen behind in their utility payments. This would expand that from 60 days to 90 days, and how late they would be in their payments of their utility bills to enter into this arrearage plan. And then once they're in that, provided a credit, if they then begin to become regular in their payments, that they would have over a 12-month period of time, whatever was the outstanding balance would be forgiven or paid for with non-ratepayer funds. So you, as a municipal agency, you can't use one ratepayer's money to pay somebody else's rate pay involuntarily. So you have to use other non-ratepayer money, which if you're a water district, if you're just a water district, a CSD that does water, I don't know what other funds you would have, but as a city, you do. And that would obviously be general fund dollars that you would have, which I would say this legislation proposes, at least it would be as specific to cities, that you would then be using non-ratepayer funds, i.e. general fund monies, to then pay the water fund if, should someone be current on their rate. Is that a fair, I know the city attorney is working with, represents other agencies and working through this as well.
Yeah, we're talking about, yeah, so SB 223, I mean, it's a lot, let's put it that way. Yeah, it's a lot of requirements on public agencies, not only financially, but bureaucratically and what you're required to do, and it's a lot.
It will prompt additional personnel in finance.
And it'll pretty much, we'll have to go, it'll prompt, if this were to go through, it'll prompt us needing to make some pretty extensive changes to our ordinance and our regulations, because we'd have to make sure they're in compliance, and it would just provide, yeah, we would I mean, there's provisions that require that you provide waivers on reconnection fees in some regards. There's provisions that require, that you enter into, and I would expect the payment plan part is likely to show up in some other legislation. So I think there will be provisions that are, it's likely, but there will be requirements that the cities allow for these delinquencies, especially the ones that have accumulated over the last year and a half, for there to be some sort of process for repaying those without jeopardizing the shut off of your service. So that part, but there's quite a bit in here that goes beyond that. Not only, and it does, I mean, it affects the city, of course, but it also really is going to severely affect the real small, little community water districts that are real small, and I don't know how they're, between just not even having that much money and then not necessarily being prohibited by law from using certain funds to even do these programs, it will provide an interesting dilemma for them.
I'm all about the 222, but the 223, it's not just the money, but it's going to give them unrestricted use of water use. I mean, you'll see, because we don't have to pay for it, water's going to be running. You see children out in front of their yard with the hose on their head every day when it gets hot. The water just going to, we're going to use the water like crazy.
I will say it does look like it doesn't address shutoffs for violating conservation regulations, but you're right. I mean, it would deal with the non-payment. It would be violations for non-payment. So.
I mean, we don't have to pay for the water. Go ahead, play in it, turn it on. Until they come down with no water, and then they'll realize. but.
We already have districts that are looking at severe restrictions.
I think that-
Already, early on.
That's tough when you talk about those little water districts or systems. I mean, what happens when they fail? Or if there's somehow they can't operate anymore, then who are they going to call? They're going to call
They're
people
going to get
like us, right?
consolidated with larger systems.
Exactly. So, and 223, I mean, some of the issues we've been facing this last year, I mean, this basically mandates our goodwill that we've been able to execute locally. It takes what we've already been able to solve locally in a solution that we can stomach in a sustainable way, and it mandates us to do it in a way that probably isn't sustainable or a way we want, so.
Well, and I will tell you this, you are an outlier as a city that I'm aware of that has waived its penalties.
Right.
There are I know a number of agencies in our county that provide water that, when I speak about that, they said, well, there's no way we would do that. I even a report, for the month of April, just the penalty section was $280,000. 136,000 of it was water. So but there are other water agencies that are relying on just the penalties to help balance the books. And you're an outlier in this regard that you're not, which is, I would say, I don't know what others' experience is, but we are beginning to see a positive trend towards payment. We saw that again. I was going to get to that it's reported in your council agenda, but right now outstanding as of April 30th was $463,000 in the water fund, unpaid.
May I comment?
Please.
I looked up on the legislation because I knew they had the hearing of these bills yesterday, and both of these bills were placed on an APPR suspension file.
Oh, they're already,
I just wanted to
Way
bring
to
that
go.
to the table
That's
because I
good
looked at.
information to know.
I looked at the first thing this morning because I know that on my other committee, on the Water Commission, they were looking at these two a couple of months ago, and that would have been brought out. But this morning, I looked on knowing that they had the hearing, and I'm looking on the legislative information and printed it that it's been placed on APPR suspension file on 223 and on 222. So I'm bringing it here.
Oh, good, thank you.
Research.
Very good.
Google it, as my kids would say.
I went in.
We can defer out, or we can just continue to, similar to the Water Commission, we can continue to watch it, and should there become active legislation again, that we
Yeah.
can visit the
I think that would be my recommendation. If they're suspended, good call. that you found
Thank
that.
you
If
so
they're
much. I was
suspended,
just wanting to hear what
then-
everybody was saying.
Yeah, I think that's great. Do we need to take action to do that or just let
Good
it?
direction.
Okay.
We'll monitor it.
Great. Thank you. Okay. And the next item.
Step out of the room if that's
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the good part.
Oh, yeah, the good one. We can,
where's he
we can
going?
talk about this
Oh, that's
one.
right. Okay, let me get my glasses on here. Okay, so I will note for the record that City Manager Lawless has exited the room due to the very obvious conflict of this being his employment agreement that we're about to discuss. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As requested by the council, attached is the proposed addendum to the city manager's employment agreement with the city. The terms of the addendum would extend the term of his agreement to, or an agreement with him to December 31st, 2026. It also converts the existing $600 monthly vehicle allowance to salary. And then it provides for a 2% annual increases through the term of the agreement, which is actually what was already in effect. So it would just continue that. So pursuant to Section 5 of the employment agreement, the city manager would remain subject to the same pension and healthcare contributions that apply to all other management employees of the city. All of the other terms in the 2009 agreement and the addendas that have been adopted prior that are not inconsistent with this would also remain in effect. So with that, the recommendation is that the city council consider and approve addendum number 5 to the employment agreement between the city of Porterville and Mr. Lawless. If you have any questions, I can answer them.
Any questions, council?
No questions. I want to go ahead and make the recommendation for the approval of addendum number 5 to the employment agreement between the City of Porterville and John Lawless.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Okay, passes 4-0. Thank you.
Now you guys get to switch seats?
Yeah. For my obvious conflict.
I get to assume the seat again?
Yes.
You're still working.
Okay. Well, that was assumed through the end of the year, I hope.
Okay, next item, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Next item order is consideration of legal services agreement. Before you this evening is a proposed 3-year agreement for legal services between the City of Porterville and McCormick, Cabot, Jenner, and Liu, and specifically for Julie M. Liu to serve as city attorney. Contained within the agreement, let me pull it up here momentarily.
I move for a motion for approval.
I will second that.
I was just going to speak to one of the specifics that it would be effective commencing March 1st, I would say retroactively 2021 and extending through February 28th, 2024. That current rates for the attorney and paralegals would remain at $175 and $80 respectively for the first year of the agreement, and then increasing $10 for an hourly rate of $185 for attorneys and $90 for law clerks in years 2 and 3 of the contract.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, and I do believe we had a,
And I have no questions because we've made a motion and a
okay,
second.
there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote.
All right.
Passes 4-0. Thank you. Before the final item, I wanted to make sure, see, I overlooked the break by about a half an hour, and I wanted to find out if we've got.
Late now.
Yeah, we've got one item
I
left.
have to leave the room, so I.
Is staff, you're okay to go? Good? Okay, we'll go ahead and proceed.
My chair's already.
Oh, yes. You're okay? Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Final item this evening is your regular status and review of proclamation of local emergency. As council's aware, at its meeting on March 17th, 2020, it adopted its resolution of determination of local emergency. At its last meeting on May 4th, 2020, it found continuing conditions to continue that resolution. As of, according to Tulare County Situation Report today, there's been 49,908 cases of COVID in Tulare County, 10,108 of which have been in the 93257 area code. There's been 841 deaths in Tulare County, resulting in 48,777 recoveries. As of today's report, there are 290 active cases in Tulare County, 52 of which are in the 93257 area code. Tulare County remains in the orange tier, and I would expect it will remain so until June 15th, when the governor expects to release the Beyond the Blueprint guidelines. We've seen a slight increase in the cases per 100,000, which had been previously under 3, but is now at 3 per 100,000. As a reminder, that for yellow tier is at 2 cases per 100,000 on a 7-day average, and Tulare County is at 3, and it's just kind of stuck there.
Moving in the wrong direction again.
We did see a slight increase in the positivity rate, which is now at 1.3%, but when positive news, then the health equity metrics, that actually decreased to 0.8%. So those census areas that were of concern actually have a better positivity rate than the non-sensitive census tracts. From a vaccination standpoint, there's been 331,725 vaccinations received by Tulare in the county of Tulare, and there have been administered 161,924, so essentially half of the vaccines that have been received in the county. And again, that's eligible to 16 and up, which will soon transition to 12 and up. Could be as soon as this week beginning. I am pleased to report that the Navigation Center hosted a vaccination event for those that access services through the Navigation Center that occurred back on May 7th, and there were 9 individuals that were vaccinated at that event. Project Room Key continues to operate. 68 of the 90 rooms are occupied, so there's 22 vacant rooms currently under the Project Room Key, as it's known as. From a hospitalization standpoint, by the county's report, there are currently 20 individuals hospitalized for COVID, 16 of which are confirmed and 4 of them are suspected. None were in the ICU. That data isn't as current as Sierra View, who today reported that there's 5 COVID patients, 4 of which are suspected. They indicate they have 5 in their ICU, and that's so basically half of the beds in the ICU are currently occupied at Sierra View. Not necessarily by COVID individuals, just that's 5 beds are available right now. PDC remains in its warm status, and I did highlight in a previous messages, we've done a monthly reporting to based on the actions the council's taken with regards to its utilities. We did see a slight improvement of about 70, collectively, about $100,000 reduction in the amount owed. It dropped from almost $1,100,000 down to $1 million outstanding in its utilities, which we haven't been since really November of last year. And so that kind of partners with the conversation we had earlier about legislation. Which is then on to the American Rescue Plan, and I would say that's probably the most significant, is that the draft, the interim rules have been announced, which means that they're just going to be subject to change, but at least provide, and I did a brief presentation. I thought I'd just kind of cover it. I won't read the whole slides, but I thought I would, what I want is to begin to germinate a conversation about how do we want to structure a plan that has 2 things. One, assisting those that have responded provided services throughout the pandemic, and then how do we, with the funds that are coming, position for the future? So the American Rescue Plan has 6 objectives. These are the 6: support public health expenditures, address negative economic impacts caused by the public health emergency, serve the hardest hit communities and families, which I'll come back to. There's some specific language that applies to that area. Replace public sector revenue, provide premium pay for essential workers, and invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. So those are the six objectives established by the American Rescue Plan. Keep in mind as well that this is monies that are going to states. So this is broad. These are broad rules that apply to states, counties, cities, local, state and local agencies. So sometimes we'll look at this. There's some of this that it's just not space that we're in, because there are cities, as an example, in some large cities, they are responsible for school funding as well. I use the example when I was in Nashville with then Superintendent Dr. Snavely, and we were talking about the city of Nashville also oversees the local schools through their budget. And he looked at me and said, "Don't get any wise ideas." Would prefer to have, so in California, the schools are subject to the state. They're not they're not a sub-government of the city. So these are the broad, so I've kind of broken each of these down, and I have this presentation. I can send it to you. You don't need to scramble to, next slide. So under the supporting public health expenditures, here are eligible expenses: vaccination programs, medical expenses related to COVID, testing, contact tracing, isolation or quarantine, PPE purchases, support for vulnerable populations to access medical or public health services, enforcement of public health orders, public communication efforts, capital investment in public facilities to meet pandemic operational needs. These would, what are things that you've had to do in your facilities to, a lot of purchase of plastic separations, how do you account for operational needs? Ventilation improvements to essential public health facilities. This one's is kind of a not well-defined as to what a public health facility is, but obviously to try to, from those that deal with public health. And then payroll and covered benefit expenses for public safety employees dedicated to COVID-19 response. So this is one of the eligible areas in goals and objectives of the American Rescue Plan and examples of eligible activities. Next. Address the negative impact caused by the public health emergency, delivering assistance to workers and families, including survivors benefits. So you can actually, if you've had, you can provide a survivors benefit fund with these funds for those in your community that may have passed from COVID. Supporting small businesses, including loans, grants, in-kind, counseling, and technical assistance. Speeding the recovery of the tourism, travel, and hospitality sectors. This is one specific business sector that's called out specifically as being most adversely affected by COVID. Rebuilding public sector capacity, including technology infrastructure. And then if contained with a federal, so this is a special caveat. So if it's contained within a federal qualified census tract, which I'm going to suggest is your CDBG action area, that's a census designated area that your CDBG funds. You can do investments in housing and neighborhoods, including services to individuals experiencing homelessness, affordable housing development, and housing vouchers. And again, those are within qualified census tracts, which I would need to defer to Mr. Ridenhour and Ms. Calderon, but I think that is the same verbiage that applies to CDBG eligible areas. So that's goals and objectives section 2. Next, please. Serving the hardest hit communities and families. And again, this is federal qualified census tract, addressing health disparities and social detriments of health. You could fund community health workers, public benefits navigators, remediation of lead hazards, and community violence intervention programs. Pretty broad descriptions. Investments, similar to last, investments in housing and neighborhoods, including services to address homelessness. Addressing educational disparities. This is where it gets into education. The next two kind of more education driven, but it does if you wanted to do additional things and again, in a qualified census tract, those are activities that you could focus on in those census tracts that are considered most vulnerable. Next. Replacing public sector revenue. This is kind of the most direct. Comparison of lost revenue compared to the local agency's average annual revenue growth over the 3 fiscal years prior to the public health emergency. So as an example, including fiscal year 16, 17, and 18. So they're looking at a running average of what those 3 years were. I'll be candid. There was TOT was one of the revenue sources, which is not a large revenue source for the city. Therefore, the city's budget hasn't really been that adversely affected in this particular area. So this isn't going to be, I would say, a large. I mean, it's maybe $50,000, and it's fairly narrow. I mean, it's a very specific formula you have to apply to be able to justify funding through this element. And then providing premium pay for essential workers. So this applies to healthcare, hospitals, nursing homes, and home care, food, farms, production facilities, grocery stores, and restaurants. You're hearing quite a bit down at the Southland about how they've been doing this with premium pay, requiring it actually of grocers in the LA area. Sanitation, those that work in refuse. Janitorial staff also falls in this category. Public health and safety. Transportation, including truck drivers, transit, and warehouse workers. Child care, educators in schools, social service and human services. And then there's they prioritize lower income workers, which they wish to increase the total worker pay above 150% of the greater state or county average annual wage. which then has a no more than $13 an hour premium and not to exceed $25,000 per worker. So there's some calculus that has to kind of be worked into that as well. And then investing in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, so building or upgrading water and sewer facilities and transmission, distribution, and storage systems, constructing water and sewer treatment infrastructure, managing and treating stormwater or subsurface drainage water. I'm not familiar with what that is. You know what that is, Mike? Okay. And facilitating, I'm not sure what subsurface drainage water is, and then facilitating water reuse. I know what that is. Implement broadband to areas currently unserved or underserved, lacking a wireline connection that reliably delivers 25 megabytes per second download and 3 megabytes per second upload, with a goal of 100 megabytes both. And then prioritize projects that achieve last mile connections to households and businesses, and projects must offer wages at or above prevailing wage and include local hire provisions. So all of that incorporates that last line, which is basically it's federal funds, so therefore subject to prevailing wage. And then there's also local hire provisions. Ineligible uses, what can you not use it for? You cannot offset net revenue reductions due to the lowering of taxes. You cannot make pension fund payments, which is also being considered as well to any other OPEBs, so health insurance or those sorts of things. Debt service payments, legal settlements or judgments, deposits to financial reserves, and then general infrastructure spending above revenue loss provisions. So the City of Porterville's allocation actually went down in the final. It went from about 20.7 million down to 19,984,717. Its first allocation became effective May 11th. I signed basically money's yours. So it's now sitting in deposit with the Federal Treasury. There'll be a second allocation that will be allocated, they're saying in May. I think it will be real close to May 11th, 2022, but it just says 12 months later. There's not an obligation that I can find that says you have to expend your first allocation before your second allocation. There was some initial conjecture that was the case. I can't find anything that stipulates that. So essentially the full, you don't need to spend 10 million before you get the second 10 million. The funds must be obligated, which is good news. There had been talking about expending by December 31st, 2024. It's actually just to be obligated, which means that you have agreements in place to then be expended by December 31st, 2026. And that the funds for the City of Porterville will be received directly from the U.S. Department of Treasury and subject to federal audit. And I can't underscore that enough when I talked about the FTA. So now you have the Department of Treasury that will be scrutinizing the expenditures associated with these funds. So with that, wanted to provide that broad overview and would like to, for some direction from the council to how staff can provide a proposal with all of those different activities. What are the priorities of the council that you feel in support of the community, both of those that have responded to the pandemic and how our community will successfully rebound from it, how these funds can be invested for community success in the future. There's lots of examples there's lots of programs, and it's really, I was just reading Kingsburg has done a program where they're incentivizing vaccines to encourage because that pace has slowed down. Tulare County right now, less than half of the population has been vaccinated. So Kingsburg is doing a $25 gift card to a local business for anybody who's been vaccinated, and I think they did that in partnership with the County of Fresno, which is the other part. County of Tullare's got $90 million of their own. So there's opportunities for partnership to develop. So
you think they're going to give it to anybody? Yeah, right.
There's unique opportunities. I do know in my discussions with my counterpart with the county, they are going to be focusing on water. They have a lot of disadvantaged communities that have severe, and here's kind of a funding source that you've been asking for to do that. So water and wastewater service, Tullyville and some of this other stuff where it's kind of been problems waiting for financial solutions. Now there's a financial solution. So I would anticipate a significant amount of the county's allocation to be allocated to water.
Yeah,
My
I would,
anticipation is.
I always say we have to put a portion of that to the tertiary treatment plant. I mean, that's probably my biggest priority, because in the future, we're gonna need water.
And that's a great point. I mean, the council has its priorities, so do you want to use your priorities as it's been established as a framework for, I mean, it's really just direction. How can we provide, given these are the rules or the guidelines, the interim guidelines, I guess, there'll be nuanced changes, I would say. They'll say this activity is allowed, or this activity is allowed. We said this is allowed, but here's a rail we're gonna put on it for you. So what would be helpful to bring back consistent with your direction for, the good news is you've got 5 years to expend the funds. But I think the interest is how can we invest these funds now to make a difference in the community?
Water and homelessness are two that's staring us in the face right now. Sure.
Councilmember Carrillo, did you have anything you wanted to?
I'll wait.
Okay.
Go ahead, I'm done.
I was just going to say that the infrastructure, just in general, water, sewer, even looking at broadband access, some of the things that had happened in this last year was communication, and there was fear of not having access, and there was increased access to, or need for internet, but also infrastructure, water, sewer, just wherever we can apply it, because those are the basics that we need for the community to sustain themselves through what we've seen last year, need to be in place and solid. And I think that, we've, looking at that list of what the funds could be applied to, kind of similarly to, I think, another item I've mentioned, we found solutions with our own ability to fix them locally. And so some of the things that were listed may not fit, although they may be desirable by the public, but really seeing that our basic services are completely reliable, even under the extreme circumstances, and even with the payments not coming in and things like that, making sure that we can operate. Because to me, in the back of my mind, whatever we can do to prepare if this happens again and be in a better position, I think we should definitely apply our efforts to. And I think, of course, any lost revenue that can be applied to is definitely something we should look at. And well, I'll just leave it at there and see who else wants to say something.
Mayor, I'm just going to comment. As I look and I watch, observe, and I've sat on other committees, that water is the focus of a lot of things, because if we don't have it, we can't sustain our community. And then sewer would fall right into it. Some of the meetings that I attended with regard to COVID, there were so many pleas for internet access, especially in the areas where they didn't have it. So it would be a focus on the broadband as well. And of course, related to the economic impacts, I think we've done as a city pretty good with the efforts of the vaccinations and everything else. I think that has been an immense campaign on not just the city, but the school districts, the hospitals, and all the organizations. But I would have to put an emphasis with the water, sewer, and the broadband, and the rest will fall into place.
Yeah, I definitely agree the number one should be water, and any way that we could utilize those funds within the guidelines and restrictions to incorporate into already planned projects. And then, talking about, I think there was a list, hard to remember all of them, but I think like vaccines and things were an option. I think there's a lot of resources to provide that vaccines and that type of thing around us and in the surrounding areas. But I do like the incentive idea. I know it sounds small, but there are a lot of companies, doing that also. And it seemed to beef up a little bit higher the numbers of those, even if it's $25. That I think and being able to travel are probably two incentives for the next part of the population that hasn't been wanting the vaccine. So maybe that would be a good idea. And even the $25 gift card to a local business, it would just go back into the business. But for me, I think the water is probably the biggest thing that I could see on there. In just thinking about that list offhand.
May I comment, Mayor? Do you remember the campaign that we were involved in and the funds weren't even ours? We were highly criticized in the community, thinking that those funds came from city funds and that those dollars should have been, where did that money? And we were right on point that the money and the cards came from a nonprofit organization, and we were just in the campaign effort of wearing the mask. And that's just my comment, because we were both involved in that one. And there was a concern in the community that you're giving a gift of funds, and it raised some eyebrows in the community.
I think it did. I think there may be some creative ways to create incentives for the community if it is for vaccinations, but you have to balance it with also other alternatives. One thing came to mind as some of the feedback I had received was that the restaurants were being allowed to open to a greater capacity because of the color tiers, but that a comment was made that the staffing for the restaurants was very low because they had previously had to either let go or other people went to other jobs that they could find that were paying them more or giving them more hours. And so the one area, and the cost of living here isn't what it is in other places. And so looking at some of the numbers they suggest for payment for helping some of the workers seems a little bit excessive for the area, although I'm sure the workers may not agree. They probably would appreciate it. But looking at one area, especially restaurants, when people are now, and this is an area we've been hoping that they'd be able to survive throughout this entire thing. If we look at employees, maybe in an area that had shut down, in an area that we do need to keep vital, looking at how maybe not to the extent that was listed there, but however appropriate to attract competitive workers to an industry that we need to have available to the public.
And that's all good too, if we don't get our fannies kicked for giving money, like she just said, giving them out to, giving money to them for what, let's do something that's going to help the entire community. I think if we're going to use this money, and we could have opportunity to put purple piping going out the east to save some water or something with it. We have it going west, but nothing east. And, you can use Murray Park, the golf course, and that'll save us a lot of water. But I just think those type of things, infrastructure and the tertiary treatment, I think those things are very, very important, if not today, but in the future. It's just something that we have to look at, not just for us, but for our kids' sake, because I probably won't be here when all that stuff happened, but, for the children in this community and the younger folks, we have to look at those things, because it's gonna be tough in the years to come with water. I mean, they've said it, they've been announcing it every morning that, the water is decreasing here. We're gonna have to get creative with it and save it.
Excuse me, may I comment?
Sure.
I want to go back to the water, the sewer, and the broadband. And I'm just going to put an emphasis on that because it will serve everyone in the entire community and the overall quality of life of every member of our community.
Yeah, I definitely agree that that's the broadest way to apply the benefits. And also, that I did, wanted to mention also, and I was brought up about being able to address the homelessness issue. That's also something that's very important. So, Councilmember Carrillo, did you have anything else you want to add?
I'm glad you brought that up. That was another topic I was going to ask. Are there separate funds coming from the state for that?
I was just going to add, so there's kind of it's a very unique time. So there is, what you saw there is services not, and this has been, there's a lot of different ways this question's been asked, but property acquisition. You saw debt service. I mean, there's questions keeps being asked. So folks would like to spend this fund to buy capital or to buy property and do things. And what's being said here is that, no, you're not going to use that money to buy capital. You're going to do services. So that's where there was an announcement last week. It was actually ironic when we were, or coincidental, maybe coincidental, we're at the Navigation Center for the ribbon cutting, and county representative says, there's going to be a lot of money that's going to come down from capital, but it doesn't come. So there's two things that can be kind of partnered here, which is this could be services money and provide financial certainty for up to 5 years. And then on the other side, having capital funds coming from the state through I would say it's based on Project Home Key, which is additional funds to be able to acquire facilities, but it's not coming with a lot of services funding. So there's a unique opportunity that I think could happen if that's the direction of the council, to look at how you could use ARP money, this federal money, to then provide services to a facility that is improved or what have you through state funding, which is really a lot of it's repackaged federal money, comes in and gets repackaged, sent out as state money. But in the end, I think you're right that there's a way to provide financial certainty should that be a priority of the council. And use of funds is pretty. Now here's what's unique. Again, back into the designated, that particular, so the residents that benefit that have to be in the targeted census, designated census tract, which I'm pretty confident is going to be the CDBG area. And I think that's an encouragement, is how to collect, how to layer different funding sources. But I'm glad you asked that question, because maybe we might not duplicate. Because the quickest way to get a disqualifying is you issue you pay twice. So a business had a PPP loan for an employee. You use your example, PPP loan for a restaurant, and then you come in and you layer on top of that. Well, they've already claimed the credit, so now somebody gets to pay the money back. You know who's going to pay the money back. It's going to be us, and because they'll be able to get it out of your CDBG allocation. There'll be. So a lot of this is going to require a lot of due diligence, but I think even understanding what the parameters are, you can put together an effective plan. So what I wrote down, I heard water, sewer, broadband, technology, my own writing, business assistance question mark, kind of what does that look like, specifically looking at restaurants, and potentially in the vaccine area, the vaccine area. Is there other? What I would imagine is this will be part of your budgetary discussions. We're now in May. June is around the corner, and you'll have a draft budget in front of you, which is which includes your capital. We're already, I mean, it's kind of a unique time. You issued $50 million in debt in the last 2 years, 13 million for sewer and 37 million for water projects. You didn't know this money was coming, so here's an opportunity to leverage additionally. The bond, this will all be, do you need any more incentive to get going? Because the bond debt, you got to spend 85% in 3 years. This has a longer shelf life onto it, but you have to get it obligated or you lose and then expended. So you have a little bit of, it has a longer shelf life, I guess I would say, than the bond debt that we have. But here's what I would also tell you, and Mr. Knight will tell you, there's not a lack of water projects to be funded, right? So we could easily spend $60 million in water projects. It's really going to be a matter how quickly can we get them ready to meet the timelines of other funding that you have.
I think that's really the most important thing, is to look at the timelines that we have, the ability to, work within the timeframes so we don't have to lose or contemplate hurrying a project. But I think we've given you some good priorities to work within, so that coupled with practicality of completion and timelines, I think is a good place to start.
Okay. I'll at your next meeting, at your June 1st, today's June 1st meeting, in there will be, in the budget, because that will be the preliminary budget, in there will be a draft plan for potential activities to support. So that would, if that's agreeable to the council.
Does that sound good?
That sounds good.
Okay, great.
So do you need a motion to continue the proclamation?
We do. Thank you,
Then-
Vice Mayor.
Then I'm going to go ahead and do that we continue with the order of emergency proclamation.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and call for the vote. Okay, passes 4-0. Thank you. And that brings us to oral communications. I don't see anybody in the council chambers. Is there anybody online or any electronic communications?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to other matters. Councilmember Carrillo, did you have any other matters? Councilmember Stowe.
I want to congratulate our public service representatives for the, Officers of the Year. Very proud of them and what they do, and both departments and services. And I want to give a huge thank you to our officers for their courage in the events that took place in the past couple of days, and let you know that let them know that the council's with them and behind them all the way.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I want to say that I invited myself to the vaccination clinic at the Navigation Center, and I wanted to see for myself the partnerships and the collaborations, and I got to meet the doctors of the street medicine team from Cahuilla Delta. I saw that Cahuilla Delta Lindsay was there as well. The Family Healthcare Network, I saw representatives from Sierra View, in addition to the Tulare County Health and Human Services, the partners that were there, and there were members of the community that just attended. I also had talked to people that they had 40, that they had gone out to the encampments and they distributed flyers, and that they had 40 committed homeless that said that they would go, but on the actual vaccination clinic date, they only had 9. In my conversation with one of the representatives from the Tulare County Health and Human Services was they also had to be careful. They didn't go out, they were bringing homeless in, and that they would schedule the street medicine to come back again, but they had to get permission from private property owners if they could go onto the property before they could do. And so that's where some of the things, you don't know until you ask the questions, and that's why, but I wanted you to know that I had attended and that they had indicated that they were going to do another one soon. And on May 11th, I was invited to get a tour of the Tule River Parkway and how the gardens are coming along. Ms. Kathy Capone had called and invited me, and I got the tour. I walked through and saw the gardens, and the first thing that came to my mind, I need to have the knowledge of these plants because it is river sand, loose dirt, and that's what I have at my house, especially because it used to be river. I'm right on, yes, but again, it opened my eyes to what are the native plants and an education process to that regard, and that there's a lot of work that needs to be done and a lot of gardens that need to be tended to. But I wanted to share that as well.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say a few words. I know Councilmember Stowe, you touched on it, especially talking about public safety, but just noting that, the meeting opened up with a giant check for more than $4,000 from some youth who could have been doing a lot of other things, but chose to recognize those who serve the community and recognize fallen firefighters. And then just to continue to look through our agenda, service is so strong just in this agenda today, if not every one. You see the military banner program, and then we talk about with the police force and the body cameras and being far ahead of other cities, other places that are struggling just to work their way through the details of what happened in certain situations. And here we are with a contract for another go-round at it. So, I think that this community is really supportive of public safety and law enforcement. And I think really we're an example for a lot of other cities because we're taking what we've all seen and we're head on addressing what the future holds for law enforcement and trying to address it in the best ways possible for those who serve the public as well as the public. So I just wanted to make a note of that, it struck me that throughout this, from beginning to end, and even down to considering what we're going to do with the funding that's coming from the federal government, we have the community in mind. And I'm just so blessed and glad. I don't use that word blessed very frequently. As a matter of fact, I don't even know why it slipped out, but I must feel that way.
It's the Lord.
I'm just saying that, I'm proud to be here and very grateful for all we're doing. So with that, I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Can I add one more thing? Just to let you know that Porter High School is honoring Captain Figueroa and Firefighter Jones Thursday at their softball game. I don't know if they contacted you or not, but I just want to let everyone to know that there's other youth right there in our community that's taking concern in their community. I appreciate that very much.
Just a couple of things, things to be proud of. So the innovation of the city. So Southern California Edison has invited us to, I wouldn't say it's a done deal, but it looks very favorable for us to be a pilot, what's called a microgrid, which is established for resiliency through what's called the public safety power shutoff programs, to where you have resiliency to shutoffs. So we would have solar to battery to basically augment the grid. So basically off the grid and create our own grid, which is based around solar initiatives. So given all of the efforts that Mr. Tree has done, has come back to Edison looking at us as a pilot project of a microgrid project. So in fact, we may come to you and ask for you. We're gonna be asked to, which kid do you love the most out of this? I'd be fascinated to hear this conversation. Which there are two potential projects. We may ask you for your support to do both of them. One of them as a pilot, and one that we would explore separately. But just want to let you know it's more innovation and Edison recognizing that the city is an innovator, and so looking to become a pilot microgrid project in its service area. And special thanks to Mr. Tree for his, and Mr. Knight as well, both of them in electrification efforts. Anything else you want to add? And there's more to come on that. So, and then want to say congratulations to Terry. I half expected her to call in to. So those of you that had the Terry call in wager tonight, you lost apparently. But I did want to congratulate her on her graduation from Porterville College. It's been something that she's worked very hard for. And I was remiss in not recognizing the city attorney's birthday recently.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, I told her it was a big bad of mine. It was last Thursday, actually. We had so we had a Zoom meeting, and we got too engrossed in the material and went right over the top of it. So that was my bad. And appreciate the city council's participation in the Memorial Day military banner. And I know that, again, doing that virtually, and I appreciate your time and Mr. Moore and Amy Graybell's efforts in putting that together again. So that's what I got.
One more thing, and you may have said it, but I want to congratulate Fernando.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely. Congratulations.
And I appreciate it. You know, tomorrow, I think tomorrow night is an appreciation dinner to recognize public safety, which, you know, I appreciate the chiefs bringing their personnel this evening. I think it was a demonstration of the excellence. And, you know, you've had an opportunity to probably engage more with BC Cogburn, but, I've had the pleasure to work with Detective Silva. It was kind of funny when he said when he got hired, I said, man, I can remember when they all look young, which tells me I must not be anymore. Yeah, so then, you know, you see them mature in their careers and go from reserve to being a county expert in gangs. I mean, it just is a testimony to Chief Crodel and the department for developing exceptional personnel. Same applies to the fire department. So just blessed, as you said, to work with highly skilled, highly talented individuals. Blessed.
So true. All right. Well, and thanks to the staff, unless there's anything that you wanted to add, thank you. And also to the staff joining us virtually. Thank you for the time spent. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting. Next meeting, June 1st. So.
We have a study session on Monday.
Oh, yes, that's true. Next, yes, May 24th, we'll have the study session. So we'll see everybody then. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.